Hello everyone and welcome to AneurynPlays. My name is Aneurin and today we're going to be playing a game that I've been promising for some time. We're finally getting around to it. We're going to be playing Final Fantasy X. Now this is a game that I played a long time ago. It is one of my favorite Final Fantasies, especially in terms of like the story. There's a lot of things that you can judge a Final Fantasy game on. And, you know, I have a fondness for a lot of games in the Final Fantasy series. My favorite one being Final Fantasy VI. We played Final Fantasy VII earlier in this channel's lifespan. In fact, it's the second game I played, if I recall correctly. Or third, even. We started off by playing Breath of the Wild, then we moved on to Tears of the Kingdom, and while we were playing Tears of the Kingdom, I also played Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII is, again, a game that I played a long time ago, and it was the first Final Fantasy game I ever played. And in fact, it near enough was probably one of the first RPGs I ever played. Though I would later come to discover that, you know, I'd be reminded that I played some Phantasy Star earlier than Final Fantasy VII. But for a game that grasped my attention, for a game that was very unique and a new experience for me, something that I had never really played much of beforehand. Final Fantasy VII really opened my eyes to this world of JRPGs. I would later go on to play Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy IV. I, like many others, got really confused about the fact that Final Fantasy III is Final Fantasy VI. Because the way I'd played them, I'd played on emulators way back when. And, yeah, discovering that I had Final Fantasy, like, 1 and 2, and then finding out that the American 2 is not the same as Japanese 2, and yeah, as you can assume, as I'm sure a lot of people have gone through, that confusion really drew me in to figure out what it was about, you know, which games I was playing. And when you're sucked into it, when there's a question that needs to be answered, and you get sucked into it like that, you start to grow an appreciation for it because you're learning about it. You're learning some deeper truths about the series, and it really pulls you in. As for Final Fantasy X, though, Final Fantasy X was the reason that I bought a PS2. And I think at the time when I first bought it, I played the majority of it, but I didn't play it all the way through. I didn't actually finish Final Fantasy X at the time. I would later, of course, play through and complete 10 and 10-2 when that released. And I bought Final Fantasy X-2 HD when it released on Nintendo Switch, and I got my copy from Asia, which has got Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2 on the same cartridge, which is a, you know, bonus, you know. Unfortunately, in Australia, when they released Final Fantasy X and X-2, it was Final Fantasy X on the cartridge, and Final Fantasy X-2 was a download code, and I believe it was the same in America and the UK. But I believe in Japan and in Southeast Asia, so it's like Hong Kong, Taiwan, and all those countries, Final Fantasy X and X-2 were released actually on the cartridge, and so it was a no-brainer for me. When you get something from Southeast Asia, it tends to be in English as well. So absolute no-brainer. Immediately purchased my copy from Asia, and I played it, and I played it all the way through, and I of course really enjoyed Final Fantasy X. I haven't gone back and played 10-2 though, and 10-2, I know it's got a bit of a reputation. There's a lot of people that don't like it, but I think 10-2 does an amazing job of rounding out the story. Like, it does a really good job of making the story of 10 better, in my opinion. So we're not going to be stopping at 10 when we play through in this current playthrough. I will do Final Fantasy X, and then we'll probably do something else, and then we'll come back to 10-2. But I am planning on playing 10-2 as well. And I'll explain when we go through 10-2 why it is such a good closing chapter on Final Fantasy X, because there's a lot of stuff that it does, and I feel like a lot of people get caught up in the fact that it is, as even I used to say, you know, Barbie dress-up game, you know? And I think a lot of people do get sidetracked by that side of it, and they don't see... How do I describe it? I can't really describe it. I can't describe it because if I were to explain the reasons why I think 10-2 is actually really good, I would have to spoil Final Fantasy X. So instead of doing that, we're going to play through Final Fantasy X, and then we'll talk about that when we get to it. But 10-2, I feel, has done a fantastic job of being a final chapter. Welcome, Mint. How are you doing today? The tone and the format was whiplash for me. I already wasn't a fan of 10, so 10-2 did not ingratiate itself to me. I see, that's another thing. I think a lot of people said the same thing about 10. I know a lot of people that really enjoyed Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 8 said that they didn't like 10. And I kind of get it. 10 is a very different game. It really is. Like, when you think about the Final Fantasy games, 10 is kind of that border point, you know? It's the last of the classic Final Fantasies, but it's also the first of the modern Final Fantasies. A lot of its elements are very heavily influenced and guided by the Final Fantasies that came before it, you know? But at the same time, you've got a lot of situations, you've got a lot of mechanics and things that basically reach forward into later Final Fantasies. And you can see that 10 is definitely the transition point. So I can see why a lot of people were not a big fan of 10. It didn't really... I think people didn't like 10 for the same reason I didn't like 9. Because in the West, especially in the UK, I'm going to say especially in the UK, because Final Fantasy was not a huge thing in the UK until 7 came out. I know in America, the first Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy 2 and 3, which is 4 and 6, they were kind of a big deal, even at the beginning, you know, when they were first being released. But in the UK, we didn't really have much by way of Final Fantasy until 7 came out. And even if we did, because they also re-released 6 around the same time for PlayStation. So if you looked at Final Fantasy 6 and you looked at Final Fantasy 7 and you looked at Final Fantasy 8, there's a very clear theme. It's not just fantasy. It's like, it's got a sci-fi element to it. Usually a dark sci-fi. Like, I would say that 6 has very much got like a steampunk feel to it. Things tend to be a little bit more grim, a little bit grim dark, if you would. There's a cyberpunk element to it, and I feel like, you know, you've got that in 6, you've got that in 7, you've got that in 8, and when those are the first games that you experience within a series, you start to create a pattern in your mind, you know? It's like, oh, that's what these games are about. So when 9 released, for me, I didn't like it. I just didn't. And it didn't feel like what I thought I was buying into, you know? I bought into Final Fantasy for a particular experience, and 9 wasn't that experience. But by the time 10 had released, I had gotten over that idea that it needed to be like a sci-fi fantasy sort of thing. And I was ready and willing to play Final Fantasy X for what it was, rather than what I thought it should be. A lot of things changed in that period of my life, to say the least. And playing Final Fantasy X for what it was, I thought Waka was weird. You know, I thought he was goofy as hell. But I would later discover that he is probably one of the most deep characters and interesting characters in Final Fantasy as a whole. He's got an amazing story, and he talks about, like, his entire plot is this man that is coming to realize that he's losing his faith. Ultimately, that is his plot, is that this is a man who is pious, faithful, a strongly religious and devout man, slowly coming to the realization that the faith that was sold to him was a lie. And you'll see that as you go through, and like, Waka is an incredibly rich character. So at first I just thought, oh yeah, he's the goofy guy with the funny accent, he throws a ball about, he's a beach boy, you know, all that sort of stuff. My initial impressions were very superficial. But as I played through the game, I got to enjoy a lot of the characters more than I was expecting to. And on my second playthrough, the playthrough where I actually finished the game, I realized just how well written these characters are. And Final Fantasy X became my favorite story, or one of my favorite stories of Final Fantasy. And this is what I mean. Final Fantasy can be judged on many different levels. Its mechanics, its gameplay, the way it's structured, the story itself. For Final Fantasy, my favorite Final Fantasy overall is 6. Probably my favorite story outside of 6 is 10. And I genuinely think, and the other thing which Final Fantasy X does really well, in my opinion, is that the player character is not the protagonist. There's a difference between the player character and the protagonist. The player character is literally just a self-insert character, so that you can see Yuna's journey. The story is entirely about Yuna and you get to experience that through Tidus's eyes. And I think that's wonderful. I think that's a really well-written story right there. You don't often get that. And it can be difficult to pull off, but I feel like Final Fantasy X does that in a superb way. I wish I could experience this game the way others do, but I can't get invested into it. Everyone I've known has a much more emotional experience. Yeah, well, I definitely... Yeah. I think the first time I played it, it wasn't... Like I said, it was very superficial. I was like, Wakka is a dumb character. Lulu is the hot goth girl. You know, Yuna, I used to think Yuna was very plain. And I'm like, after playing through it the second time, there's just a richness of character there, which I didn't see first, you know, the first time I played. Mainly because she's the sort of character that you have to chase. She's set up in that way that as Tidus, you know, he's falling in love with Yuna throughout the story. But if you just look at her as just another character, and you don't allow yourself to chase after her, she can come off as kind of bland. But the whole point is that you follow through. It's a role-playing game. And I know it sounds crazy, but you gotta play the role. Shocking, right? But if you play the role, if you chase after Yuna, if you want to learn more about her, then there's more in this game than is immediately visible. If you tell me it has credits, oh, I got some bad news for you, JC. Wakka suffered from having a hairstyle dumber than Zell. Zell's... I don't think Zell's hair was that bad. Hang on, let me just double check on that one, because I don't think Zell's hair was... Maybe I'm misremembering, but let me just quickly Zell FF8. I mean, alright. It depends on the artwork that you look at. Like, different versions of Zell have more or less of an exaggerated plume at the front of his head. But, I mean, I'm from the UK. There's a character in the UK called Billy Whiz. He's a character from the Beano. And his hairstyle is like, his head is completely shaved, except for these two big long strands at the front. And people used to actually do that. Like if you search Billy Whiz hair, I mean, it can be hard to find. Oh my goodness. It doesn't look like it's being documented all that much. In the 90s, it was huge. And basically, it was, your entire head was shaved except for your fringe. And it was called a Billy Whiz. So, you know, being from the UK, I am very much so familiar with ridiculous hairstyles. So Zell didn't really seem that weird to me. I don't know. I just don't see Zell's hair as being that weird. The tattoo on his face was a bit weird. I didn't like the tattoo, but I thought that was a bit too much. But the hair, Zell's hair never bothered me. Wakka's hair was weird. I'll give you that one. He's just got this weird sticky up bit at the front. I don't know what they were going for with that. It was odd, to say the least. But then again, every Final Fantasy game has a character with some weird hair. So, yeah. Oh, I guess it's kind of toned down recently, hasn't it? Like, 10 was the last of the more exaggerated style. This is what I was saying. This is why I say that 10 is definitely the transition period. It's the last of the classic era and the first of the more modern era. From Final Fantasy X onwards, or I should say from Final Fantasy 12 onwards, character designs and hairstyles and things like that, they toned them down a lot more dramatically. Prior to Final Fantasy 12, not including 11 obviously, because that's an online game, but like 10, there's some strange haircuts. 8 has got some strange haircuts. I'd even say 9, like what's his name, Kuja, has got like feathers in his hair, which is an interesting design. Final Fantasy 7, you've got like, Final Fantasy 7, you've got Cloud and Sephiroth. Cloud's hair is pretty bonkers, let's be real. I really don't, when I look at Zell and I think about Cloud, like, there's no comparison. Cloud's hair is bonkers. Yeah, I think all the 3D between 7 and 12, up to 12, there's some strange hairstyles. So, I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily a that big of a criticism. I always said that Yuna was the main character and Tidus is the protagonist. That's one way of putting it. Yeah, Yuna is the main character. Tidus is the protagonist. He's the one that you actually play as. Yeah, I guess that's a better way of putting it. But yeah, Yuna is the main character. Tidus is literally just an insert character for the player to be able to experience the world through one of the character's eyes. Anae and I are opposites in our tastes, in that I love Final Fantasy 9 a lot and couldn't get into 10. Yeah, I couldn't get into 9. I think it was because, like I mentioned, at the time, I had a perspective of what Final Fantasy was supposed to be. And that's not me putting like a limiter on the creators or anything and saying, no, you can't make that, you have to make it like this. It's just that when I bought 9, it was such a whiplash from 7, 8, and 6 that it wasn't what I wanted. You know, this is what I've been talking about with Final Fantasy 16, and everyone keeps telling me, oh yeah, Final Fantasy 16 is a great game. I'm sure it is, but it's not what I'm looking for in a Final Fantasy, so I'm not necessarily going to buy it. It could be a good game, it could be really fun, it could be the best game you've ever played. And there are some people who are saying that it is the best Final Fantasy they've ever played. But it's not what I'm looking for. And that's just like saying that, you know, oh, you have to play Mario Kart, it's the best racing game ever. And it's like, well, I don't like racing games. You know, that's the end of the conversation right there, you know? I'm not interested in that kind of a game. people who talk, you know, Mario Wonder, I think that's a absolutely fantastic game. But to someone who doesn't like platformers, you know, it being the best platformer in the world doesn't mean anything. And I think that's basically what I experienced with Final Fantasy IX. Was that I bought it expecting a particular experience, and then it wasn't that experience. And so I just didn't enjoy it. I feel like I've missed an interesting conversation. Maybe? Should get you earlier then, shouldn't you? I tell you where I'm missing. I don't have a drink right now. And my mouth is already getting dry. So I'm gonna have to scoot off a second and get myself a drink. But yeah, no, just talking about Final Fantasy X and other Final Fantasy games. 9, like I said, I don't know. 9 didn't appeal to me. It could be because of expectations, you know? When you buy something and the game turns out to be something that you weren't expecting, and that could be a good thing, or it could be a bad thing. For me, it was a disappointment. I didn't enjoy 9 because it wasn't what I was expecting. Because my idea of what Final Fantasy was had been colored by 6, 7, and 8. So, yeah, I didn't enjoy 9. But by the time 10 had come out, I'd realized that, you know, 10 is, that Final Fantasy is more than just this sci-fi fantasy fusion, this cyberpunk or steampunk sort of setting, that Final Fantasy can go, or it used to go, even deeper into the fantasy side and less into the sci-fi side. And because it was between the release of Final Fantasy IX and the release of Final Fantasy X that I had played the other Final Fantasy games. That I played Final Fantasy V, and I played Final Fantasy... I'd actually gone back and played the original. I had the original Final Fantasy on Game Boy Advance. I played Dawn of Souls. Right. There's an interesting story about that, though, because I bought Dawn of Souls, and I played... I'd actually played Final Fantasy II first. Now, this is where that confusion for numbers comes in, because I played Final Fantasy II, but it was the American Final Fantasy II. So that was Final Fantasy IV. And when I got Dawn of Souls, I saw that it was Final Fantasy I and II. So I didn't bother playing 2, because I've already played it. It was Final Fantasy, as far as I was concerned, I thought it was Final Fantasy IV. But I had tried to play Final Fantasy 1, and I couldn't get into it. But I really enjoyed Dawn of Souls, because it was like an updated version. So I really enjoyed Final Fantasy 1 in Dawn of Souls, and after I played Dawn of Souls version, I went back and I played the original NES version. But I didn't play Final Fantasy 2 on the Dawn of Souls collection, because in my mind, I've already played Final Fantasy 2, that being Final Fantasy 4. And then I discovered that, no, that's not Final Fantasy 4, that's Final Fantasy 2. And I'm like, oh, I should play that. And I thoroughly hated it. I think Final Fantasy 2 is probably one of the most annoying games in the Final Fantasy series. Like, it is my least favorite, because it is so linear, and the way that it forces linearity in the gameplay is to just make it completely impossible for you to fight the monsters if you go on the wrong side of, you know, like when you start off, there's a road that leads from where you are to where you're going. If you step off the road, you will immediately get ganked by like level 40 enemies. It's like you're barely cracking level 5 and you just go to the wrong side of the road and there's level 40 enemies. And that's how they guide you. It's like, no, you don't go this way. It's the enemies are too strong this way. Go the other way. So, yeah, that was less than fun, to say the least. Especially when, you know, you've done a lot, you've progressed quite far, and maybe you forget to save, and then you go on to the wrong side of a particular landmass and immediately get wrecked. It's like, no, that's like 3 hours of gameplay gone. Just because you went to the wrong side of the road. Yeah. Controversial topic, I'm not the biggest fan of Final Fantasy turn-based combat. Just Final Fantasy or turn-based combat in general? Because, like, every Final Fantasy game has different kind of turn-based combat. My first Final Fantasy that I got proper into was 3 for some reason. I just remember really liking the overworld music. Final Fantasy 3 is fantastic. I think it's one of my favorite ones. It's definitely up there. For me, I played Final Fantasy 3... let's think. I couldn't get, again, I couldn't get into Final Fantasy 3, the NES version. At the time, you know? But I did play the DS version. When the DS version of 3 came out, I played right through that, and I loved every second of it. Final Fantasy 3 is one of my favorite Final Fantasy games. I should do a list one day. I should do a tier list of Final Fantasy games or something like that, because I've played all of them now, except for the later 13 games. I played Final Fantasy 13. I didn't play 13, 2, or 3. But, I've played all of them now, except for, yeah. Except for 14. 14 is the online one, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I didn't play 14. I played a demo of 11, and I thought it was okay. I had like 1 month free trial or something. Actually, I think it was 2 months. I think it was 2 months free trial. And I played it. And it was okay. It was kind of basic for an MMO. World of Warcraft was doing something better. Guild Wars, in my opinion, was better. It was very basic, I feel. It was a fun game, but it wasn't doing anything special. You could break the game so easily by defeating few. Oh, absolutely. If you manage to defeat one of those enemies, you level up so much that that the game just becomes trivial. But when you're not expecting it, and you're trying to explore. So if you come off the back of, like, let's say Final Fantasy VII, you get out of Midgar and you've got this big open world, and you can go anywhere, and you go over to Calm, and then you go over to the Chocobo Ranch, and so on and so forth, and you go to Junon, but you can walk around the overworld and pretty much go anywhere. In Final Fantasy II, if you try doing that, Final Fantasy II, if you try doing that, you're gonna get wrecked. And so it really felt like it punished exploration. And so I really didn't enjoy it too. It depends on the depth of it, I suppose. I really enjoyed Pokemon for nostalgia mostly. Golden Sun because it was so flashy. Golden Sun, I love Golden Sun. We're going to play that at some point on stream. I've got the means to do so now. Resonance of Fate. Lost Odyssey. Man, there's two titles that I didn't play Resonance of Fate. And I only played a little bit of Lost Odyssey. I really need to get into playing some of those as well. I'm really looking forward to the fact that the Suikoden series is coming out soon on Switch, so I'm really looking forward to picking those up. I only pre-ordered them like bloody hell 6 years ago. This is why you don't pre-order things, guys. This is the reason why. I went to our local JB Hi-Fi before we went to the UK, so that was 2019. And I pre-ordered Suikoden 1 and 2 because it was announced to be released on Switch, and the pre-orders were up, and you could go to... I asked at our EB Games, which is... EB Games is the Australian version of GameStop, and they didn't have a listing for it. But we went to JB Hi-Fi and they did have a listing for it. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm put a pre-order down on that. I want to make sure I get a copy. Because it felt like it was going to be one of those games that was going to disappear. You know? As soon as it comes in stock, people are going to buy it and you're never going to see it again. So I pre-ordered it. That was in 2019. And it's finally coming out this April. It's like, for goodness sake, guys. It just kept getting delayed. Why do you need to delay a port? It is literally just a console port from PlayStation to Switch. It doesn't take much. But yeah. Overall, I'll say I'm not the biggest fan of turn-based combat in general. That's fair. I really tried to give Metaphor a go, and don't get me wrong, presentation-wise, it's fantastic. I just don't like having this feeling of needing to know the dungeon layout before playing the game. I don't know what you mean by that, because I haven't played Metaphor. I should play Metaphor. That was like the biggest JRPG of last year. So I probably should play Metaphor at some point. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for PC releases in just hours, by the way. Oh, really? Hang on, I need to pull up Steam. Wait, what? Final Fantasy Rebirth. Oh, it's out for us. I can buy it right now. Oh no, it says approximately 4 hours. Okay. I tell you what, you know what though? 30% off if you buy it now before it goes live. Ooh, hold on a second now. Hold on. There's a twin pack here. Final Fantasy VII Remake plus Intergrade and Rebirth for $100. Ooh, that's 100 American. Sorry, 100 Australian, by the way. Ooh, that might be the one I'm gonna have to purchase. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to grab that. I'm gonna grab it right now, in fact. I'm supposed to be spending that money on get my teeth fixed, but I'm gonna grab that right now, because that's a huge discount. That's a massive discount. Let me just double check. Do I already have Final Fantasy VII Remake? I don't know if I do. I don't think I do. No, I don't. No, I don't. Hang on, final. Let's see, I got Final Fantasy 3, Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy Ever Crisis, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 10 and 10 2 HD Remaster. Okay, so I don't currently have it on PC, so I will get those right this second. Because I want that money off. I want that savings right there. Just double check it's the right card. Continue. Yeah. I agree. Purchase. Cool. Alright, done. I've got them. They might now. Sorry, let me catch up to her. Thank you, JC. Blame JC, okay? It's not my fault. F for your teeth. Yeah, exactly. No, it's alright. $100 out of the amount isn't gonna be a big deal. It's gonna be, it'll be fine, I'm sure. I don't know, I view it as a challenge. Figure out how to beat those enemies and you can make it to Mysidia right away. I guess. I don't know, I feel like it's very... I don't know. It just feels to me like it's punishing rather than... Like, you can definitely look at it as a challenge, but that wasn't the intention. You know? That wasn't the intention. It was designed that way to guide you away from those areas. So yeah, you can definitely see it as a challenge, but it's not meant for that. It's meant as a punishment. It's meant to keep you on track. So my experience with games like Metfor, Shin Megami Tensei, Persona is like non-existent. Do you know what? Mine too, to a certain extent. I've started a lot of Persona games, or I should say Shin Megami Tensei games, but I've not actually played them, you know? Yeah. I've got a few though. I've got a few that I'm waiting to actually play. Like Strange Journey. That's one that I want to play. Now that I've got the ability to play 3DS games on stream. Strange Journey is one that I want to play. Devil Survivor is another one that I want to play. Yeah. My cousin, who's like a fanatic at the game, was watching my playthrough and was like, give me all this information to get through the dungeon comfortably. I don't know. Like, I'm thinking about some of the games that I've played, which has got a lot of dungeon crawling, and I don't think you need to know a dungeon's layout before going in. That's a part of it. It's the exploration of the dungeon. Information I felt like I wouldn't have known even with the tutorials. It's mostly down to experience in the game. No, well, that's the thing. I think it's about perspective. Like, if you think of... Like, I play a lot of dungeon crawlers. So, like, Etrian Odyssey. And, Legend of Grimrock, for example. And those kinds of games, the whole point is going into a dungeon. And you aren't... Sure, if you are looking at it from the perspective of, I'm starting at the dungeon entrance, I need to get to the end of the dungeon, and that's it, it's over. You know, you look at it as a linear level, then sure, yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. But that's not the point. Quite often in a lot of these games, the point is, like proper exploration, you go in, you see how far you can get, and then you leave again. And then you go back in and see how far you get the second time, and then you leave again. It's not necessarily meant to be looked at as a singular level, that you go from the beginning to the end, and that's it. You know? There are a lot of games that do that, though. When you think of, like, Final Fantasy VII, 7 doesn't have a lot of dungeons, really. It does. It does. But it's just they're more integrated into the story, rather than being, like, a separate side dungeon sort of thing. The original Final Fantasy has dungeons, and it only has a few dungeons that are necessary, like the Titan's Cave is an example of a dungeon that is integrated into the story, whereas I would say the Marsh Cave, it's a part of the story that you have to go to the Marsh Cave, but the dungeon itself is a dungeon. It's kind of separate, you know? You're not going into a dungeon and coming out the other side, and that's the story. But it's kind of it's a delving situation. You go in, you come out, you go in, you come out. You look for pathways and secrets and stuff like that. I should have said I attempted it first, and according to her, I was severely underleveled to take on the main story dungeon. Bear in mind, I only did what the game was telling me to do. Right. I mean, I guess underlevel, yeah. I think the mark of a good JRPG is a game that understands its own pacing. So that if you just wanted to play through, you would still have something of a challenge. But the way I see it is that a good good pacing in a JRPG is a game that offers a challenge, but you can comfortably play through without doing excessive extra grinding. Yeah. I feel like, you know, an easier route, the brute strength that you get from grinding should be like a bonus, you know? So when you play through, if you decide to spend an hour, let's say, grinding to level up, then that's a bonus. You get that ability to brute strength your way through. But if it's a requirement, if you need to spend an hour grinding, then the game doesn't understand its own pacing. I think that's one of the things that we had an issue with Crystalis. Crystalis is a very different kind of game. It is an action RPG, one of the earliest, in fact, probably the first. First of its kind, at least. And Crystalis has got an issue where you need to be a particular level to be able to beat the bosses. And if you're not at that level, you have to go and grind. And it's a little bit easier because Crystalis doesn't have, like, you don't get up to level 99, right? But the fact that there's a level cap, that to be able to beat this boss, you need to be level 5. And if you're getting there and you're level 4, you've got to go grind just to be able to stand a chance of beating the boss. Like, there's no way around it. You can't, there's no way of, like, figuring out the strategy and beating a boss in Crystallis, because it's literally, you cannot do damage to this boss unless you are at this minimum level. And I feel like Crystallis didn't really understand its pacing, but it was the first of its kind, so I give it a little bit of forgiveness in that regard. But I feel like a JRPG needs to understand its pacing so that you're not left grinding for hours just to be able to beat a boss. If that's the way Metaphor is, I don't know, maybe, like you said, you were pretty baffled by it, you're not really sure if you were doing it right. Maybe you weren't, I don't know. I'd have to play to be able to say with any certainty. But I haven't played Metaphor. That's one reason I absolutely adore Chrono Trigger. The way the encounters are set up make it easy for them to balance encounter. Absolutely, 100%. Chrono Trigger is probably one of the best examples of a JRPG that understands its pacing. It completely understands its pacing. 100%. At no point did I feel like I needed to grind. There are a couple of moments in Final Fantasy VII where I felt like I needed to grind. There are a few moments in Final Fantasy VI, and I consider Final Fantasy VI to be my favorite, where I felt like I needed to grind. There were a few moments in Final Fantasy VIII where I felt like I needed to grind, and unfortunately in Final Fantasy VIII, grinding means nothing. Because enemies level scale. I didn't know that at the time. Even in 10, I feel like, because we're going to get to this point at some point in this gameplay, there's, when you fight Maester Seymour, spoilers, Seymour's a bad guy, at Mount Gagazet, that boss fight is so frustrating. It really does, it really should have a warning on it. You need to be this level or higher. Because it's such a Seymour butts. That Seymour fight is awful. I hate that fight so much. Yeah. I find the grind is enjoyable, I'm okay with it, but if the combat itself is tedious for the sake of being tedious, like random chance attacks that misdetermine whether or not you're live or unlived, I think that... Yeah, I agree. Actually, I agree. We talked about this before. What game did we talk about that with? Dragon Quest? Yeah. Do you know what? I'm having a serious case of deja vu right now. Because we've had this conversation. We talked about this with Handicap Gaming. With Mint. Sorry. Before. What game was it? What game was it? Where I felt like it was unfair. Not because the enemy was doing like an instant kill attack, but because it was a coin flip. And it didn't matter what level you were, it was an instant kill. What were we playing? Or what were we talking about? I can't remember which game it was. It's worth mentioning that sometimes all you need is to change a strategy. For example, you can beat Final Fantasy X without using the sphere grid. You can. It's not fun though, is it? It depends on it. I mean, to a certain extent, you can look at it as a challenge, again, but I feel like if you don't use the sphere grid at all, the game becomes extremely tedious. Might have been Dragon Quest 2. It could have been. Ooh, I can't remember. But one of the things I was talking about was the... I remember talking about this because it's basically a coin flip. Because if your attacks are based on a coin flip, that is also a bad thing. Because obviously that affects your ability to kill an enemy, which gives the enemy another chance to attack you. Basically, a 50-50 coin flip can be fun when it's utilized as a part of a mechanic of a particular character or character class. But when it becomes a part of, you know, the overall combat mechanic, it becomes a real pain in the ass. One of the things we definitely mentioned this about was XCOM. Because if anyone has played XCOM, they know full well that that percentage to hit is bullshit. Anyone who has played XCOM knows percentage to hit is bullshit. You've got a 90% chance to hit, and you miss 90% of the time. Yeah. XCOM is just absolutely the worst for that. It feels like everything is a coin flip, regardless of what your percentage to hit is. It's a total coin flip. Fun is subjective. Yeah, you're right, it is. I don't think it's fun because it's so limiting, but I do love low-level runs. I think low-level runs can be fun. I don't really do them myself, but I have watched a few. A lot of the strategies for low-level runs are also very useful for speedrunning, so I do like to watch them. But yeah, and of course, like you say, fun is subjective. Some people like the challenge. I personally, without the sphere grid, in my opinion, I feel like the game becomes tedious because you're basically just hitting the same button over and over again. You could just hold down the A button and you never have to take your finger off it, you know? Random battles stop becoming a challenge and, you know, something you need to actually think about and just become a grind. So, yeah. It's like, imagine if Dark Souls has a miss percentage. Oh, that would be awful. Yeah, look, I'm totally in for, like, I don't know. Final Fantasy, a lot of the turn-based games employs a certain level of strategy that mimics the use of dice. You know, you got to take into consideration that Final Fantasy is based originally off advanced D&D. So you've got a percentage chance to hit and miss in most Final Fantasy games, but the strategy or the way that you get good at those games is by learning what those stats do and accounting for that, making it so that you don't miss because you're leveling up particular stats or because you're boosting certain stats. If you know that a character's got a very low hit rate, you might give them a weapon that gives them a higher hit rate. You might prioritize hit rate being a stat that you boost as opposed to physical strength. Because if they can't hit anyway, there's no point in boosting physical strength. But there could also be a reason why that character has a particularly low hit rate. It might be that they actually have a benefit to their magic. Final Fantasy X, I think, is a fantastic example of this, because despite the fact that Yuna is set up as being a white mage, when you actually look at her sphere grid, she starts with all the white magic. She's got the cure magic, she's got healing magic, she's got holy magic. Usually the first thing I do with Yuna, as soon as I have the capability to do so, is to teleport sphere her all the way over to Luna's section, because there's no differentiation in the stats between white and black magic. And Yuna is actually the most powerful magic caster in the game. It's not that she's better at white magic than Lulu, she's better at magic than Lulu. So if you teleport Yuna straight over to the black magic section, she is doing way more damage than Lulu ever could. Like, she maxes out her spells way quicker than Lulu does. So my goal usually is to get Lulu up to the Agas, to the Firaga, to the Thundaga, to the Blizzaga. And as soon as I get to the Agas, I send Yuna over there. Learn all of the Agas, learn Flare, learn Ultima, and then teleport her back. You know, at this point in time, Lulu is completely pointless. Because Yuna satisfies all the roles. Because she's got her summons, she's a perfect tank. Because she's got black magic, she's perfect DPS. And she's also a healer. Yuna's like just amazing. She's amazing. And to think that like the first time I played Final Fantasy X, I thought that she was kind of pointless. I swapped her out for Riku because you can use Riku to make Al-Bhed potions, which are amazing. Al-Bhed potions are great, right? That's the best healing item in the game. So I had Riku making Al-Bhed potions and I didn't have Yuna in my squad. And then after discovering that, hang on a second, teleport sphere. Oh, suddenly Yuna is the most powerful being in this universe, you know? But, hey, you know, if you have difficulty, figuring out some of the turn-based combat stuff, you know, that's one of those things that I'm going to be able to talk about in this game, because there's some strategy. You know, I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination. I enjoy this game. I've, as I've said many times, I enjoy video games. I've never been accused of being good at them. The same is true of Final Fantasy X. I enjoy Final Fantasy X immensely. I love the story. But, I also do know a fair bit about the strategies and the you know, the different builds you can use with the characters. And, you know, if it's something that you want to learn, it's something that I am capable of teaching, at very least the basics of. You just brought up memory. My first playthrough of 10, Riku got a weapon that doubled the potency of items, so she became a healer. Yeah, that's the one. Yep, that's the one. Using Albed potions with that is ridiculous, because Albed potions, if I remember correctly, I might be wrong. If I remember correctly, an Albed potion removes status effects, is basically a mega potion, and it heals all. So when you combine that with her item that doubles the effectiveness of potions, it's just like, why would you use anything else? And she is a fantastic healer. Don't get me wrong, she is. And I definitely will be using Riku as a healer. But sometimes you need two. Sometimes you need two healers. So, abandoning Yuna and being like, I don't need to worry about this character at all. Yeah, Yuna is the best magic user. So, when you get her to the black magic side of the sphere grid, damn, she's powerful. She is so powerful. With that, we're going to jump on into the game now, because I've been chatting for about an hour, and I was actually going to jump on into the game because I feel a bit guilty for not streaming yesterday. Obviously, I had my reasons, but we'll talk about that in a moment. Let me just be right back so that I can fill up a drink, and when we get back, I'll quickly go over what's going to be happening this week and potentially next week. And then we'll jump on into the game. So, please don't go away, because I certainly won't be. I will see you in just a moment. Be right back. Hello and welcome back. Okay. Alright. I have a drink, finally. I can't believe I forgot to set myself up a drink before starting the stream. My mouth feels awfully dry. Not really sure why. It could be a number of things, like the medication that I'm taking at the moment, pain medication. I also feel like I'm out of breath. I'm not sure why on that one. I feel really out of breath today. I think that is, to a certain extent, the medication, because I just kind of feel weak in general. Like my limbs feel heavy, and I know that can be a symptom of a lot of pain, you know. Even if, you know, my pain is in my face. Obviously it's a stressful situation, and it means that you know, your body reacts in a particular way, and so even though the pain is my face, it is obviously affecting the rest of my body as well, and so I just kind of feel weak, and I feel out of breath, and I feel stressed out. Obviously, I haven't been sleeping very well due to the pain, and it's just something I'm so tired of. Like, I've never had good teeth. And I've tried so many times to get a dentist to look at it. And every time I end up with a bad dentist, you know? Well, I say a bad dentist. The dentist is good at what they do, but what they do is, obviously they're trying to protect their bottom line. Whereas at the end of the day, I just don't want to be in pain anymore. What they care about is repeat visits, you know? And hopefully the dentist that I'm going to see is going to actually listen, and I'm actually going to be able to get something done that I actually want to get done. And for the longest time, what I've wanted to do is basically get my teeth replaced. I don't have many left as it is, you know? Pretty much all my back teeth are gone. That's because I've been in so much pain that I've just had them removed. And it turns out that maybe it wasn't my teeth that were the problem. This is the part that sucks, right? Because I feel like I've had some severe bad luck when it comes to doctors and when it comes to dentists. The dentists that I've been to see, you know, they take a look at your teeth and they're like, oh, well, yeah, okay, you've got some problems. I was like, yeah, I know. And they want to do like a root canal. And, you know, oh, if you're having pain in your teeth, you get a root canal. Alright, fine, I'll do a root canal. So you pay the money for a root canal, and a few weeks later, you're still in pain. And you talk to the dentist, and he says, oh, well, that can happen. You just gotta, you know, let it settle in. But then a few months later, you're still in pain. And you go back to the dentist and you say, you did this root canal, and I'm still in pain. Even though there's supposedly no nerve. And the dentist goes back in. And he sees if there's anything else he can do in there. See if there's any nerve that he missed. And you gotta pay for that. And then he refills it. And then you go home. And a few weeks later, you're still in pain. And eventually, you just kind of give up. I'm so tired of being in pain. And so you say to the dentist, just take it out. And I've had that done several times. I'm just counting now. Not including wisdom teeth, I'm missing 9 teeth. Yeah. Not including wisdom teeth. I'm missing 9 teeth. Because I've gone through the procedure of, okay, we're gonna take a look, we're gonna do a root canal. The root canal didn't work, okay, we're gonna remove the tooth. But the worst part is, I'm still in pain. Even with the teeth out, I still have toothache. And it's because it was never the teeth. the doctor, the doctor that I'm currently seeing asked me to do a CT scan of my head. And so I did. And it turns out I have a very long-lasting rhinovirus. Basically, I've got an infection in the sinuses. And he reckons that I could have had this infection in there over 10 years. And that is very likely what's caused all my toothache. Because your upper mandible, your top row of teeth that's attached to your skull, your back teeth, quite often times, not for everyone, but sometimes your back teeth can penetrate into your sinus. And, you know, sometimes it heals over, sometimes it doesn't. In my case, it doesn't. Which means that every time the infection in my sinuses flares up, I get severe toothache. I also get earache, dizziness, headaches. I get everything. But what it doesn't really matter though what the cause is. You know, this is really frustrating to say, but even knowing that, I mean, if I had known that it was a sinus infection, obviously I wouldn't have had my teeth taken out. But now that I do know it's a sinus infection, you know, I've got to manage the sinus infection instead. But I'm already missing so many teeth that I need to go and get that sorted. And I'm finally going to go talk to someone about getting that sorted. Preferably, I'm going to have the rest of my teeth taken out and replaced. That would be my goal. My ultimate goal is to get the rest of my teeth removed and getting implants. And that could be tough. That could be a lot more pain. That could be a lot of time where I'm not able to stream. But things have been getting really bad recently with tooth pain, because I'm pretty sure that my back tooth is infected. I think that one's really bad. I know that no one pays attention to the back tooth because I actually have a bad tooth closer to the front, and that tooth cracked and broke. And everyone focuses on that one, saying, "Oh yeah, I can see this tooth is probably really painful." I was like, "No, actually, I've got no feeling in that tooth. That one doesn't hurt at all. It's the one at the back that hurts. The one that I supposedly had a root canal on. That's the one that hurts." And yeah, my goal right now is to, like I said, get what teeth I have left out and get clip-in dentures, hopefully. But the problem is, like I said, dentists, they don't care too much about fixing you. They can be amazing at their craft. They can look at your teeth and be like, "Oh yeah, I can fix that." But sadly, the reality seems to be that the majority of dentists that I've been to don't care about fixing your pain. All they care about is making sure that you come back. If they can get you for a filling, followed by a root canal, followed by an exploratory root canal, followed by a tooth removal. That's 4 visits. They won't necessarily do the tooth out immediately. And they'll keep telling you, oh, you should do this, just to prolong it. Like I said, they don't care about your pain. They don't care about your suffering. And the last dentist I went to, well, not the last one I went to, the last dentist that I would say is my dentist. You know, when you say, oh, this is my GP? Yeah. So my dentist, my last dentist, I feel like he tricked me. Like, genuinely. Because he said he was going to listen to me. He took me seriously when I said that I wanted to have my teeth taken out. And then he did the exact same thing as everyone else. He got me in. He removed one of my teeth that had broken. That was just that was an emergency situation. I was nearly blacking out with that one. The pain of that was just unbelievable. I passed out at some point because of the pain. After he took the tooth out, we talked a bit about what why haven't I been to a dentist? And I said, because I just can't find one that will listen to me. And he said that he would listen to me, and I believed him. And then the same cycle occurred again. I want my teeth out. No, we're not going to do that. I'm going to save every single one of your teeth. It's like, no, you're not. I don't want them anymore. I'm in so much pain. The last dentist I went to, yeah, I felt like I needed to report her. I didn't end up reporting her, though I feel like I should have. She told me to use toothpaste like a topical cream. Like, she said, if you've got pain in your teeth, get a little bit of toothpaste on your finger and rub it into your tooth. She actually said that. Like, what? As soon as she said that, it was like, I'm listening to her. I tell her about the pain I'm in, and because at this point in time I was looking for a new dentist. I tell her about the pain I'm in, and I say about, like, I need to get this tooth sorted out, I need to get this sorted out. What I would like is to have my teeth out and then get like a denture or some kind of implant or something like that I can, so I don't have my teeth anymore, so I'm not in pain anymore. And she turned around and she said, if you're feeling dental pain, you should get some toothpaste and rub it in like a topical cream. And I felt my jaw, I had a bruise on my chin from where my jaw hit the floor. And I just looked at her and I went, okay. Oh, thanks very much. And I walked out. Obviously I paid, but I walked out. I was just like, okay, that's it. We're leaving. I don't know where she got her dental degrees from, but they need to double check, because no, you can't use toothpaste like a topical cream. That's not how that shit works. Good grief. Like, I'm already using Sensodyne, which is supposed to numb your teeth to a certain extent. But no, like, yeah, get a little bit of toothpaste on your finger and rub it into your tooth. That was her cure for tooth pain. I've never heard that before. I don't think I've ever heard that since. But that's just plain scary, right? At the end of the day, a dentist, okay, they're not a doctor, but it's still someone that you're putting your faith into, you know? It's still someone that you trust with your well-being. So when they betray that trust, or when they show that they aren't worthy of that trust, that makes it difficult to trust the next one. I really liked my previous dentist. The one who was, like, my dentist. As a person, I trusted him. As a dentist, though, as a businessman, I can't trust him anymore. I just straight up can't. Because it was clear that he was more interested in getting me to do, oh, well, we'll get you in for this procedure, then we'll do that procedure. If that doesn't work, we'll do this procedure. And if that doesn't work, we'll do this procedure. And then we'll think about taking the tooth out. You know? It was about the money. It wasn't about me. It wasn't about my comfort. It wasn't about my mouth, my teeth, my choices. It was about how much money can we make off this person who's in pain. The dentist that I'm going to see this tomorrow, actually, in 13 hours, or 13 and a half hours, I will be going to see a new dentist. Tomorrow! Yeah. Tomorrow I'll be going to see a new dentist. A friend of mine recommended them. And he said that they will listen, and they did what he asked for. Which means that maybe they'll listen to me and do what I ask for. I hope. I hope tomorrow is going to be the start of something new. I hope tomorrow, and when I say new, I mean, you know, finally being pain-free in my mouth. Actually getting some teeth back to be able to chew. Yeah. I saw a really tangent, I know, but I saw a really interesting article recently. Oh, actually, I say recently. No, this was like good grief. This is like 4 years ago. Someone got his jaw. You know, he had really bad teeth, and he had to have his teeth taken out, similar to me. And what happens is, your lower jaw wears down. You know, you lose bone mass in your jaw when you don't have teeth. Because your jaw is basically hollow. And so without teeth in your jaw, the bone kind of just like gradually collapses in on itself. It regrows, but it grows thinner. And my jaw is quite thin. And what he did is he had a 3D printed jaw inserted. Like I said, this is very tangential, but I thought that was really cool. It's like he got a jawbone, a duplicate of his jawbone, 3D printed and installed. So we are there, ladies and gents. You know, we are at the point where you can get your bones replaced by 3D printed bones. I'm kind of hoping that surgery becomes cheaper as time goes on, because I feel like with that I might need something similar to that in the future. But technology is advancing. Things are getting really good out there, and hopefully things are going to continue to get better in these, you know, in the medical field. That maybe I won't be. Maybe I won't have to deal with this for much longer, you know? That's probably going to be I mean, the surgery to replace his jaw was like $36,000 American. So that's kind of a big deal, you know? That's not a small amount of money by any stretch of the imagination. But as these technologies become more and more commonplace, I feel like that's something that, you know, could start to be cheaper, affordable replacements, you know? We're nearly there. We're nearly at Cyberpunk 2077 with replaceable body parts. At the moment, we can do, like, we've always had the hip joint replacement, you know? But now we can replace actual bones with 3D printed bones. And that's really cool. We're just on that cusp, you know, of technology taking off. And I think that's great. Especially when you can do like a 3D scan using x-rays to 3D scan someone's bones and then like fix the bone. So if like you got a really badly broken bone, a bone that's broken, was basically gravel, you know, and you can 3D print it, or you can 3D scan the bone and reassemble the bone digitally in 3D space and then print out a new version of that bone. Man, that technology is becoming very good, and I really hope that that it then starts to become more affordable, starts to become more commonplace, because I can only imagine the people that are going to benefit from being able to have 3D printed bones. Because there's a few types of, you know, surgeries that require replacements or the removal of certain bones. Like if you have a like a brain surgery, they cut like a square out of your skull, but they can't put that square back, so they just cover it with a plate. But you might be able to, like, do a 3D printed skull cap or something. You know? If someone needs to have multiple brain surgeries, you could potentially design a skull cap that comes off. You know? A skull cap that you can remove and just go in and do the surgery and then put it back on and then send them on their way. To me, that's mind-bending, you know? Can't wait to become a cyborg. Yeah. That's gonna help so many people. I really hope that they continue to push through with these new scientific discoveries and technological discoveries. Honestly, you know, say what you will about Elon Musk, but the link seems to be working, you know, where you can control computer parts with your brain. That seems to be working. And if that's the case, then I feel like we could be on the verge of what some people refer to as the singularity. You know, that moment where we can transfer our consciousness to machines and where we can, or not even necessarily transfer of consciousness, but where we, as flesh and blood creatures, can interface with machines. It doesn't need to be like a full consciousness download or anything like that. I just mean like the ability to interface with technology. We're nearly there. And there's so many people that this is going to help. I just hope they continue with it, you know? That they keep pushing for it rather than... I'm just terrified that it turns into a profit scheme, you know? Seeing as this is where we started with it when I was talking about teeth and dentistry and how sometimes it feels like it's a scam. I know the technology is going to be expensive, but I kind of hope that it gets to a point where it's not that difficult. And that it can be both helpful and affordable. And I hope to hell they don't make it a subscription service, because that's going to be the worst. Can you imagine having a subscription service on a pair of lungs? It's like, sorry, you haven't paid your subscription service this month, your lungs turn off. That's not, that doesn't sound like fun at all. In fact, that imagine using it to play Blitzball. Man, that'd be cool. Artificial gills. That'd be so cool. I've always been a fan of underwater. I used to go scuba diving a lot. And then I found out just like how many things can kill you, so I stopped. It's actually I'm joking for the most part. It's not necessarily that I'm afraid of like fish or sharks or anything like that. It's jellyfish. I don't like jellyfish. They freak me out. So yeah, I don't like jellyfish at all. And jellyfish are the reason why I stopped scuba diving. You know, the things like sharks and pufferfish and, you know, things that I can see, I'm fine with that. But the untold horrors of the deep, like Cthulhu and jellyfish, I don't want to deal with that, you know? It's the things I can't see. That's the things that scare me. If I can see it, I can stay away from it. If I can't see it, then, yeah. But, I would love to do, like, I would love for Blitzball to be real. Why have they not made a Blitzball game? Here's a real question for Square Enix. Where's our Blitzball game? You made a couple of shitty chocobo racing games. Where's Blitzball? I want to play Blitzball, damn it. Anyway. Hang on a minute. Did I just turn my headset off? I think I just turned my headset off. I did! So, with that, let us play some Final Fantasy X, I think. Let's get into it. I've already been talking for nearly 2 hours. Sorry about that. But, oh, sorry, just to close that out. So, tomorrow I'm going to be seeing a dentist. Depends what happens tomorrow. I may or may not be streaming. I will make sure to let everyone know because I'll be going first thing in the morning around 9:30. And if the dentist decides, hey, you know what, we're going to take this tooth out, I may not be able to stream for obvious reasons. But I'll try to make sure that I let everyone know as soon as possible. And the same might be true next week. It all depends when I can get in for another appointment. But there's a very good chance that I'm not going to be able to get everything done in my mouth in a single sitting. So, it might require me to have some of my teeth removed and then wait for it to heal and then go back. It depends. So, from this point out, things are going to be a little bit uncertain. Please post pics of you cooking with your laser teeth. I don't know if I'm gonna get laser teeth, but that would be pretty rad. I'm not gonna lie. I'll see. Oh, hang on a minute. Do you know what? You just gave me an idea. Yeah, you know what? If if I do get to have like a full denture sort of thing, clip-in denture, I could always get the dentures cast. If I could get the dentures cast in like clear acrylic, I could put LEDs in them. I know, there's a plastic casting place nearby. I could probably get some molds made of my teeth. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Put LEDs inside my teeth. Yeah, that'll be fun. Anyway, let's play some Final Fantasy X, shall we? Shall we play some Final Fantasy X? I think it's about time we did. So let's go over to the gaming screen. So, oh, hang on a minute. Still have the lobby box. There we go. Alright. So this is basically the menu for the Southeast Asia version of Final Fantasy X-2. Like I said, the whole thing, it's all on one cartridge. So this is like genuinely, this is the best one to go for. Where's Eternal Calm? We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But yeah, we'll go through this in order. We'll do Final Fantasy X, then we'll look at Eternal Calm, then we'll play Final Fantasy X-2, and then we'll play Last Mission. But like, there's a lot more to Final Fantasy X than I think a lot of people are aware of. Like Eternal Calm. Yes, plot awaits you, indeed. Actually, there's some very nice plot happening right there, right next to my elbow. Anyway. Final Fantasy X! At last, finally. And I think this is probably one of the best intros for a Final Fantasy game too. I think, in my opinion, my favorite one is going to be Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy VI is just perfect. The you know, Magitech armors walking into the distance with the music playing. One of the best songs in any Final Fantasy game. And Final Fantasy X starts with To Zanarkand. This isn't an exciting song. This isn't a happy song. This isn't a victory song. It's mournful. It's depressing. And look at everyone. Somber. Thank you. That's another good one. Another good word. And look at everyone. No one is happy to be there. And as someone who's played this game already, obviously I know why. But look at them. They don't want to look at each other. They all know what's going to happen next. And if you don't know what's going to happen next, you're going to learn throughout this story as we play through Final Fantasy X. But there's a distinct sense of depression, shame, unwillingness. And the fact that they opened the game on that moment with this song, phenomenal decision. Okay, now I need to pick new game. Standard sphere grid for me. You have selected the standard sphere grid, yes. Arrange soundtrack, please. You know we're gonna have to watch the entire scene again. Yeah, but I'm not gonna talk over it this time. Just remembered this was one of the reasons I got annoyed with 10. I wanted to be all serious and somber, then sports ball. Yeah. This song is called To Zanarkand, by the way. Look it up. Final Fantasy has always had amazing music, but
listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Yep. That hooked me. Immediately. That hooked me. That's it. I tell you what, though, you talk about the card game, JC. Nothing beats Triple Triad. Nothing beats Triple Triad. FF8's card game was Kino? I don't know what Kino... Is Kino that gambling game? I'm not sure. But no, I love Final Fantasy VIII's Triple Triad. Oh, okay. Also, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but this is like a pop song version of the Final Fantasy Prelude. It's like an 80s synthwave version of Prelude. It's so close to Never-Ending Story. Think about it. That's Never-Ending Story. Oh, can I go back this way? Is there a thing? Can I go in there? I want to go in there. No. I'm already exploring. I'm not even... we haven't even started. I'm already exploring everything. Okay.
Can you sign this?
No
Sure
problem.
thing, kid. Oh yeah, I can name myself. I forgot about that. So, most of the Final Fantasy games you can rename the characters. But in Final Fantasy X, you can only rename Tidus and the Aeons, so Yuna's summons. So we're gonna go with... Hang on, is there enough? Yeah, I think there's enough. Nope. Okay. That's me. I'm now a blonde beach boy.
Take it easy.
Can I have your autograph?
Hell no.
Of course.
Good luck tonight.
Nothing to worry about. Oh, if I score a goal, I'll, do this. That will mean it was for you, okay? What seat?
He's blocking the front row. If it's from the
George
right.
is yelling!
Got
it. Did they get like a voice actress to come in and just say, be the most annoying fangirl you can be?
Well, gotta go. Cheer for me.
2, 3. Teach us how to blitz.
Hey, I got a game to play.
Then teach us after.
Maybe
Yeah.
tonight?
Yeah, sure thing, kid. We'll teach you after the game. I'll teach you.
I mean, tomorrow.
Definitely.
Promise?
Twas the janitor.
Promise.
Yeah, definitely tomorrow. Absolutely. We'll teach you how to drive. We'll teach you how to play Blitzball. I'm going to teach you 3 different languages. I'll do it all tomorrow. Honestly, I can assure you, nothing is going to get in the way of me teaching you how to do it tomorrow. Teach you how to shave, yeah?
I was in a coffee shop running away from home when I heard the news. Our hero, Jecht, gone, vanished into thin air. My dad must have been his biggest fan. I knew how sad he'd be. Heck, we all were that day. Zanar, I says to myself, what are you thinking? I went running straight back home.
Can I
We
actually
sat
talk
up
to any
talking
of these
about
people?
Jecht all night. My dad and I never talked so much. Whoa. Didn't mean to reminisce, folks. Anyway, 10 years later, the Jecht...
Oh, I probably should have, waited, eh?
Make way, make way! Coming through, sorry.
Get him away!
Hey, I'm gonna be late.
I'm in!
Hey, let go of me.
Good grief. This is why I don't go outside, ladies and gents. Just keep getting mobbed by all those crazed fans. Also another amazing game. Song in this game. A friend of mine, when this game first came out, a friend of mine was absolutely convinced that this was Rammstein. Screenix, Blitzball game, now. Well, that's the last thing you want to see when you're taking a shot. The Shadow's gun's just out. One of the effects I absolutely love in this game is when you see Sin attacking and the explosion goes off, but the explosion looks like water. I think that's a really cool effect. Like, usually you'd see like an explosion of flames coming out, but it's water that comes out.
What are you talking about? Huh?
It begins.
What?
Huh?
Don't cry.
Listen up, you smart ass little...
Huh?
I gotta be honest, I completely understand Tidus's confusion at this point.
Wait!
It's just like, what is even happening?
Hey, not this way.
Look.
There it is.
We call it sin.
Sin?
Right? Do you know, I've been thinking about this. I don't know if this is actually a Final Fantasy X theory or something. But I feel like sin has taken this form. With water being its element. Some of us know why. Without spoiling it. It makes me wonder if it was anyone else, perhaps it would have a different element. Yeah, that's how you hold a sword.
A gift from Jecht.
My old man?
I hope you know how to use it.
Swing it like a baseball bat. That's how you do it, right? I'm pretty sure. Just kind of swing it like a baseball bat.
These ones don't matter. We cut through.
I do like how they've integrated the,
Don't bother going after all of them. Cut the ones that matter and run.
like they've integrated the tutorial in a very particular way, and I think it works really well. I don't need that. Okay. Yeah, it is. Very organic tutorial, that's right. Yeah. Oh, no, JC. No, you're fine, mate. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I was talking about what I was saying rather than what you were saying. It's like I've got certain theories about sin, and they are spoilerific. I can't really talk about them, unfortunately. But, yeah.
Get out of my town!
Some can't wait to die.
Overdrives. Okay. Wait, how do I do this again? Oh yeah, Bushido, Dragon Fang. Hit them all! Nice. No, wait. Sword play. Spiral cut. This one's a timing one, isn't it? There we go. Bushido I can do. The timing ones, no thank you. Oof. Okay. Potion on myself. Skill, power break. Actually, I don't think using power break really does much in this fight. It does do more damage, though. That said, it is pretty difficult to actually lose this fight because the enemy keeps using Demi, and what Demi does is it reduces your HP by a set percentage, which means you can't actually, you know, it has to get you all the way down to 1 HP and then use it again. I'm pretty sure Demi is 25%, isn't it? Oh, hello. Stores a record of your travels. Also fully restores your party's HP and MP. That's what I'm looking for. We'll stick a save in. May as well. New save data. Save complete. Okay.
What are you laughing at, old man? Auron, let's get out of here.
We're expected.
Huh? Give me a break, man.
Yeah, that's a lot of enemies. Okay. So one thing that you'll see in Final Fantasy X is it's got a very unique turn-based system. What I was saying earlier about like every Final Fantasy game has a slightly different way of doing turn-based. Some Final Fantasy games do like all the heroes turn and then all the enemies turn. Some will do it based on character initiative or speed stat. This one actually has a turn-based system where different attacks and different abilities will change the order in which that you can attack. And you can see that on the right-hand side of the screen, just above my head here. It says it's going to be Tidus, Monster C, Monster F, Monster A, and then Auron. And by choosing a different attack, like if I was to choose item, now in theory, if I select potion, okay, it won't actually change at the moment. But sometimes when you choose to do a particular attack, it'll show up in that list that because the action that you've chosen has a lower time value, you get to go again, right? And this is one of the ways that you can do tactics in this game, is that you can see that Monster C, Monster F, and Monster A are coming up next. So, if I choose to attack Monster C or Monster A, then there's only going to be 2 monsters attacking before Auron. So my goal would be to minimize the amount of damage that's being dealt to me by attacking an enemy that is going to attack next. So I'm going to choose C, and if I can kill it, now there's only 2 monsters attacking me before Auron. And the same goes again, like it's monster E, G, B, and D before Tidus. So I don't want to be attacking Monster A, for example, because Monster A isn't going to be attacking me next turn. So I attack Monster D, and now instead of 4, there's only 3 monsters attacking me next turn. I'm on Switch. Yeah, we're playing on Switch. So right now, as you can see, like every monster is going to be able to attack before Auron. But I'm going to attack the one with the flickery wings, because I believe that one's going to do a big attack.
This could be bad.
Ah, it's fine.
That. Knock it down.
What?
Trust me, you'll see.
I'll have Auron. Yeah, Auron can attack it. It's fine. Right, yeah, so it does that attack when the wings flicker. Okay. Oh, nearly. Oh, so close. I gotta be honest, I know a lot of people criticize the voice acting in this game. A lot of people criticize the ha 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 scene, but I don't think many people actually understand the context. That's not bad voice acting, that's actually amazing voice acting. I love the voice acting in this.
Go.
Yep, run across the collapsing building. That's the safest thing in the world. It is weird. I don't know if it's weird. I think it's no, I really like it.
Auron! Auron!
You are sure? This is it. This is your story. It all begins here.
It was supposed to be bad? Yeah, I guess so. To a certain extent,
Hey.
yeah. It's supposed to be a little bit cringe, you know, but
Hey.
it's still good.
My old man?
This place is just look at this place. Let's descend. Oh, there he is.
I thought about a lot of things. Like where I was, what I got myself into. I started to feel lightheaded, and then sleepy. I think I had a dream of being alone. I wanted someone, anyone beside me, so I didn't have to feel alone anymore.
Just a disclaimer here. Don't fall asleep while swimming. That is like terrible. That's like the worst. Definitely do not fall asleep while swimming.
Anybody there?
It's a burp.
Auron!
No, the bird's name's not Auron.
Hey!
He's a very tolerant burp. Right, so I'm gonna turn the game volume down just a little bit now, because it has been pretty loud for all the conversation-y bits, so I'm gonna just pull it down a little bit so I'm not fighting with it. Not gonna reduce it too much, just enough. Okay, to display the quick recovery menu, touch the touch screen. What? Touch the touch screen and drag right? Or select the icon that appears. I don't have... What touch screen? Oh, it's on Switch, isn't it? Well, okay. There are two types of quick recovery. One using white magic and one using items. If the conditions are met, you can recover the entire party's HP in one action. Recovery using cure-based white magic. A character that can use can use the cure range of white magic is automatically selected to heal the entire party's HP using the minimum amount of MP required. Recover HP of all party members using only potions and high potions. Potions will be used up first for recovery. To close the menu, touch the touch screen and drag left or select the displayed icon. This concludes the quick recovery tutorial. I've got a better question. What if I'm not using a touch screen? Okay. I'm just gonna pretend. Alright. Go to the menu like a plebeian. It's not in the menu. Help. Right. You know what? I'll probably never use it anyway. So, welcome to Baj Temple. Now, if I remember correctly, there are a few things that you can find here. So, you don't want to be rushing off straight away. Like this, for example. Look at that. What's that? Something is written here. Idra mit frana. Oh, so this is the Albed language. Idra mit frana. Humduk. Oof. Mekert. So. I'm just seeing if I can remember some of this. If the. I don't remember. Macolania. So Macolania is a word I recognize apparently.
What do we have here? No, can't read it.
Do you not... I thought you gained a letter from... Okay, do you not gain a letter? Okay. Who's the chest? Turagil. So is... Oh, I descended. Is there another location? There is. Look over here. No, not that one. That looks like. See that one over there with the arch. That's plot. That is. We're not going towards the plot. Ah, there it is. Introduction to Albed. Find Albed primers to help you decipher the strange Albed language. Sikdan dra Albed Mihika. Pact uv Milg. Use previously saved Albed primer data to synthesize a new Albed primer. I don't have data from, yes, okay. No directory found, okay. So basically what you can do is, in kind of like a new game plus sort of thing, is that you can use a previous save file to get all of the Albed language data into a new file so that you can start reading things from the Albed straight away. 2 potions, good start. But seeing as I don't have another save file, on this version of the game. Oh, I do, but it's under a different Switch profile. I can't get the Albed language. I don't think I'm going to try to get the entirety of the Albed language. I'm not going to try to 100% it or anything. Oh, wait. No, that was going back. Look at that. You can see underneath it there's like statues and bits of a collapsed temple. Now, it has been a while since I played this, so if you remember something, or if I forget something, don't yell at me. Please don't yell at me. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to remember the things that that I need to see. Gamer rage simmers calmly, indeed. Like, there's probably a chest or something at the bottom of the water. So I guess these are kind of this game's version of the Sahagwan. They're just like these fish guys. You can see they've got like legs and arms. There's always a bigger fish. Geosgano. Okay. I tell you what, Final Fantasy, it has some really difficult to say words, doesn't it? Ow! I'm not going to survive very long like this. Whoa! No! Game over. That's it. It's over. Story ends. Thank you very much for coming.
I had made it out of the frying pan and into the freezer. I thought I was gonna die in this place.
Nah, you won't die in this place. There's a much worse fate for you.
Need fire.
All right. The remains of a campfire. With flint and tinder, you could start another fire here. Okay. Let's get a save down. So we are at a location called Barge Temple. And this is going to be one of many temples that we are going to encounter throughout the gameplay. Some withered flowers have been left here. They have soaked up too much rainwater to serve as tinder. Okay. Oh, hello. Withered bouquet. Is there anything else up here? Oh, chest. High potion. So, yeah, I'm looking for flint, and I'm looking for tinder. So, the withered bouquet is probably going to be the tinder. Like I said, it's been a while since I played this. I remember the intro, this whole sequence. I remember it happening, but I don't necessarily, like, remember doing it, if that makes sense. Flint, okay. Nothing else in you? Okay. So the progression of Final Fantasy X is focused on going from temple to temple, and like there's it's an interesting storytelling. A creepy statue. This statue reminds me of the statue from The Exorcist. But yeah. It's an interesting storytelling element because there's things in this game that are very much so metaphor and allegory. So the idea of going from temple to temple, they call it the pilgrimage, and it's interesting that the story starts in a temple. I'm not going to get into why that's interesting just yet, but seeing as it's supposed to be Yuna's story of going from temple to temple, it's interesting that Tidus starts in a temple. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I love the environments in this game.
Food.
I need food. Where's my food? I need nummies.
What do you want?
Auron, buy me some chicken
It was
nuggies.
a bad call. Your team lost because of you.
You came to say that?
It's been 10 years. I thought you'd be crying.
Who? Me?
You cried.
Shut up, you little dream sprog. Cry about it, loser. He is, isn't he? I feel like
Hey, wait.
I think there's some
Don't go out on
parallels
me.
between that you could easily draw between Tidus and
Just
Thor
hold on.
from
I'll
the
get more
first
wood.
Thor movie. You know, his arrogance and his expectation that everything is going to go his way, and being immediately humbled.
Give me a break.
So you can see there, if you look at the bar on the right hand side of the screen, just above my head, you'll see that it says it's going to be Tidus, then Monster, then Tidus, then Monster. So if I were to then choose item instead, it increases my, I guess it's speed value, I guess, so that later on I get 2 turns in a row. So I'll use this to potion. Actually, I'm probably okay. I probably don't need to worry about potioning just now. I'll do a potion my next turn. But you can see how the turn order changes based on what you decide to do. So what's actually happening is, if I choose item, you can see the difference in color between the purple bars. So if I choose item, I get more of a turn value, more of a speed value, and that pulls the turn from below monster A up. You can't see the HP. Oh, that's a good point. You don't need to see my MP. There you go, you can see my HP now. Does that look alright? Yeah, so by choosing different actions determines, you know, how fast your next turn will come along, and so it adjusts the turn order, and that's something to take into consideration when you're trying to play this game tactically. Like right now, I want to be able to do 2 turns next turn, so I'm gonna take a potion. I'm gonna get hit, but in the next turn I'm gonna... Oh, he missed. Which means I've got the opportunity to attack him twice. So you'll see how the flow of battle can be manipulated by choosing different attacks, different actions throughout a battle. Enter team bondage.
You on my side? Cool.
Certain items like grenades have special effects when used. These items can only be used during battle by selecting the special ability use. So, Tidus can't use weapons like grenades because he doesn't have the use ability. But this unknown character that we definitely have no idea who this person is, they have the use ability, which means I can throw a grenade. Do I want to steal? Yeah, I do. I stole a grenade! Perfect! Nice. And one of the other things about Final Fantasy X, it doesn't have traditional leveling system. You don't level up and like your stats go up and you learn new abilities and stuff like that. That doesn't happen. Instead, every time you level up, you gain a movement on the sphere grid. And then you can move from location to location on the sphere grid, which then unlocks things. And you can choose the direction which you go. And that means you choose your progression for each character. Dead ass though. Tidus is too sheltered, yeah.
Phew. That was close. Hey, let me go.
Fredek Drak! Fiend, Irisa, Tekiaka!
he thinks he's a... He thinks I'm a fiend. He thinks I'm a monster.
Fed! Trivida Grisa!
Hey Sam, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today?
Ifun Petit, Fapuneket Fedrik. Kuno.
That was sorry, by the way. I still remember some of the alphabet. Not all of it, but yeah. She's back in looting that booty. She really is. That guy wanted to kill you, human or not, jerk. Indeed.
Kid, did die job.
Hey, that hurts.
Usujek, rain?
Whoa. Okay.
Penis.
Right, whatever.
Tuli hod kabeg?
I said I don't understand.
Fed! He said you can stay if you make yourself useful.
You understand me? All right, I'll work.
I love the way he's just like.
Oh, almost forgot.
Oh, right. Okay, this will unlock the sphere grid for me. Brilliant. Oh, tutorial. Okay. Select the sphere grid from the main menu. The cursor appears at the selected character's current position. Use the direction keys to move the cursor. Information on upgrades is displayed at the top of the screen. This location is for defense upgrades. While this one lets you learn an ability. These upgrade locations are called nodes. Characters are upgraded by activating these nodes. So this is what I mean. There's no traditional level up system. You go from location to location on the sphere grid, and that's your level up. You can think of it kind of like Skyrim. Skyrim's got a very similar system, where with Skyrim you level up, and you choose a skill that you want to improve off your skill trees. Basically the same thing, but this also improves stats as well. A character must move near a node in order to activate it. Let's go through this step by step. Press the A button. The cursor returns to the character's position and a list of commands appear. Select Move. To display the number of steps a character can move. So if you've leveled up, let's say where it says there's S level 4, which means you can take 4 steps. That's sphere level 4. The number of steps a character can move is equivalent to... Why am I explaining this? Every time I explain something, it immediately then tells you. So I'll just go through the tutorial. Sphere levels are gained by getting ability points, which are obtained by participating in battles. Characters must fight battles to gain AP and obtain sphere levels, which are in turn used to move around the grid. In short, if characters do not participate in battles, they will not grow stronger. In this case, Aneurin has 4 sphere levels, so he can move up to 4 steps. In general, you should be careful not to move too fast, as you may forget to activate nodes you pass over. So let's take 1 step and learn the ability Cheer. Note that you do not have to be at the node to activate it. You can also do it from an adjacent node. By selecting a destination, sphere levels are spent and the character will move. When a character arrives at the designated spot, you'll be asked for a final confirmation. If the destination is correct, press yes. At this point, the movement process is complete and cannot be cancelled. If you want to activate nodes you passed over, you must spend sphere levels to go back. When you're retracing your steps, you can move 4 steps by spending 1 sphere level. So basically, when you're moving forward in the sphere grid, 1 level is 1 step. When you're moving backwards in the sphere grid, 1 level is 4 steps. However, going back every time is not very cost efficient. Always plan ahead to avoid wasting sphere levels. Now, since the character is in position, let's activate the node. To activate the nodes, you must use spheres. Spheres are items that can be obtained by various means, but mainly by defeating enemies. Press A and select Use. A list of spheres currently in stock will be displayed. Every sphere has a special function. For example, power spheres are used to activate strength, defense, and HP nodes. Ability spheres activate ability nodes. Nodes that can be activated are the node at the character's position and nodes directly adjacent to it. This means nodes that are 1 step behind or ahead can be activated. In this example, the only node that can be activated is an ability node, so only ability spheres can be used. Pretty straightforward. If this was me, I'll be mashing the A button right now, just hope for the best later on. Well, yeah, you're gonna miss out because this is like how your characters level up. There is no traditional leveling in this game. So if you were to just button mash and hope for the best, yeah, you won't be getting very far, unfortunately. The nodes that can be activated by the sphere at this position are highlighted. Ability spheres have to be selected where here, so only the ability node will glow. Easy. By selecting the node you want, it will activate and the character will learn its ability. Note that 1 ability sphere was used during this process. Use the same process to improve the character's strength, magic, max HP, MP, etc. Power spheres, magic spheres, and speed spheres are needed to improve each corresponding stat. Also, every node in the grid can be activated separately by each character. So this is a single, the sphere grid is 1 single grid. Like, it's massive, right? And every character is on it. So every character can be moved to, like, the starting location of a different character, and you can learn their abilities as well. Which is what I was talking about earlier, because I was saying that Yuna is actually the strongest magic user in this game. So one of the best things that you can do with Yuna, when you get the opportunity to do so, is move her from the white magic area to the black magic area. And she becomes basically unstoppable from that point onwards. This means that a character can reactivate a node already used by another character by moving to it and using the corresponding sphere. And you can see in this one, this wasn't a thing in the original, I don't think, but you can kind of see little diamonds around the edges of the spheres. These little diamonds indicate which characters activated it. So in this case, for the Chia node, it's only got the light blue diamond, and that is indicating that Tidus has activated it. Note that locks cannot be opened at present. Another tutorial will become available once you are able to unlock them. So lock is, this is a lock here, or it's one right here. It's a level 1 lock. You need a key sphere to break through the locks, which allows you to go to different areas of the sphere grid. It is more complicated by Skyrim, absolutely. It absolutely is more complicated. It's kind of like a board game, to be fair. You're just moving along, unlocking things until you get to a point where you've got the stats and the skills that you're looking for. But it will become a lot clearer as you go along. Bellius, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Love the PNG tuber avatar. Thank you very much. It was created by my wife, Queen Kiko, who is a moderator in our chat right now. Say hello, Kiko. There she is. Now that you know how to upgrade your characters, let's look at the other useful features of the sphere grid. The character's current status can be displayed by pressing X. I'm pretty sure that meant nothing to most people because it's not the most useful. Just a bunch of empty lists. Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Those are all your different skill sets. And obviously, Tidus doesn't have any skills at the moment except for Chia. So that's the only skill that showed up. So it doesn't really help. Doesn't alleviate any confusion. Use this information to plan how you wish to upgrade your characters. Okay. Press L and R to switch between characters. Okay, and there we go. You can see that question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark is a different location in the sphere grid. This is useful when you wish to compare the character stats or when you wish to quickly upgrade multiple characters. Press minus to zoom in and... Oh, excuse me. Press minus to zoom in and out for a better view of the grid. This concludes the sphere grid tutorial. Try improving in Auron now. Alright, before we do that... Actually, no. Brilliant. Okay, sphere grid. So, we'll zoom out all the way. So you can kind of get an idea. So this area here... Let me get my little pointer. This area here is Tidus' starting area. And if we go down this way... We've got... Yeah, okay, I'm going to say her name's Riku. Okay. We got Riku's starting area. Alright. So you could argue that this is like a... This is the thief sphere grid. And this is the... I'm going to say bard. I know people are not going to like that. People are going to be very upset at me that I call Tidus a bard. But he is, right? He starts off with Chia, right? Which means he's a bard, okay? And then you get other ones like, this one over here is the white magic sphere grid, I believe. Yes. So this is the white magic sphere grid here. So this is white mage. And so you can gradually make your way, by following the paths. Or by using key spheres to break locks to get to other parts of the grid. This one is Ultima, so this is the end point of the black magic grid. Which I believe... Yeah, this is the black magic grid. So, yeah, it is a little bit complicated, Sam. I do agree. But... you get used to it. You kind of figure it out. It's set up in a way that makes sense. That you could actually just go along through the sphere grid and not have to worry too much. If you just go from point to point in order, it'll work. You'll be fine. If, however, you want to do something a little bit more tactical, like for me, like I said, I like to jump Yuna from the white sphere grid down to the black sphere grid. Just so that she can get hold of some powerful black magic spells. Down here. Or over here. I think it's over here. Death ability. Blizzaga. Warthogger, Thundagger. So I usually get Yuna jumped over to this area of the sphere grid. Right, I'm gonna back out. Yeah, return to main menu. Go back in. There we go. And so I've only got one sphere level. I'm just gonna move Tidus forward one space, and I'm going to activate Chia. Final Fantasy X is one of the greatest JRPG masterpieces of all time, in my opinion. I agree. I actually agree. I think that Final Fantasy X is one of the best stories of any Final Fantasy game. My personal favorite is Final Fantasy VI, but Final Fantasy X has got one of the best stories in the series, in my opinion. And with that one, Tidus can now use Chia. Unlike Skyrim, you don't have to level up the same ability multiple times to make it stronger. Once you activate it, you've got it. It's done. And with that, let's jump on into the water. What do I do?
We found some ancient ruins right beneath us. It's not active now, but there should still be some power left. We're gonna go down there and activate it. And then we should be able to salvage the big prize. Okay, let's get to work.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, yeah. So, dive. What am I doing? Where am I going? Oh, I've got to follow the chain. Bard isn't far-fetched. It really isn't. Like, when you think about, Final Fantasy VII is another one where people have got opinions on whether or not characters have classes. And you could argue that they don't, but if you look at the skills that they're able to learn, and I don't mean like materia, I mean like their limit breakers, for example. I think the limit breakers really show you that they do actually have classes, even if they're not, you know, front and center. And I think Tidus starts in what I would call the Bard section, because it's all about buffs and, yeah, it's mostly about buffs, isn't it? Which would be a Bard. Yeah, punch it till it works. That's the way I deal with my PC. I love that shit. Okay, it opened. Hang on a minute, hang on a minute. I feel like there's something in this room. Hold on. Is there nothing in this room? There's nothing in this room. Okay. My treasure senses were tingling, but they led me astray. Oh, got a bit too tall there. Too tall? Too high. These enemies are easy. They like to start you off slowly in this one. I'm not sure why, honestly. I feel like I feel like this section could be a lot more difficult and it would still be easy. You know? Big Ugly's back. Is there a chest in here? I feel like there's a chest in here that I've missed already. Oh, it's a different Big Ugly. It's a big octopus. Okay. First of all, steel. Grenade. Perfect. Ah, I've seen enough anime to know where this is going. Alright. None of that. Out of attack range. Trigger commands. Okay. Special commands become available in certain battles. Press left to the command window to access them. Okay. Stand by. Okay, stand by, I guess. High potion? Probably don't need a high potion just yet. Actually, yeah, we'll do high potion on Riku. Oh, no, I didn't need that. Okay, I should just use a regular potion. No, okay. Couldn't steal anything? Okay. There's a risk to using, you know, Riku's stealing ability, but, can I... Don't I have a defend ability? I don't? Can't defend yet? Okay. So I could use this opportunity to heal. Alternatively, I can use standby. I think standby... Oh, pincer attack. There we go. Don't have any grenades left. Okay. So you get a benefit to moving your characters around in certain battles. Not every battle you can do this with, but it's an extra layer of strategy that you can apply to certain battles in this game. Similarly to how at the very beginning we were able to attack the explosive to cause the building to fall down on the sin spawn. See if I can steal anything. No. Okay. I think it might be out of stealable objects. Oh, there he goes. I think Final Fantasy X has... It has a facade of complexity. You know? I think some people would look at it... I mean, I think I did as well when I first played it. I think some people would look at it and go, oh my goodness, this is way more complicated than it needs to be. And it looks like it might be more complicated, but it isn't really that complicated. You could definitely utilize the game in, you know, to its fullest potential, but you don't really need to, you know. It's not you're not really missing out if you don't, I don't think. Simpler game than you first think. It's similar with 8. Yeah, I would have to agree with that as well. 8 definitely. Like 8 looks complicated because of the way the junctioning system works, but once you get it explained to you in a very clear way, I think the biggest issue is the tutorials. Sometimes tutorials can take too long and it makes things feel more complicated than they are. And I think that if a tutorial doesn't do the job well, it can also make something feel a bit more complicated than it actually is. And I think 8 has that problem where it's not really that complicated, but it's not very well explained. But once you figure it out, or once you have that, oh, I get it moment, suddenly it becomes very simple. Feel that way about every Final Fantasy game? Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand why people... Like, there's layers, isn't it? You've got, like, action RPGs that... Some of them can be really complex, others can just be action games, you know? Like, you think of a Warriors game. On the face of it, a Warriors game is very simple. Excuse me. You move forward, you attack, you kill. You mash through loads of enemies, that's it, it's done. Then you've got like a JRPG, which is a little bit more complicated, where you go understand what the stats mean. And then you've got stuff like strategy RPGs or tactical RPGs, where you need to understand, you know, battlefield mechanics as well.
Hey.
So it's like layers of difficulty.
Hungry.
Yeah, me too, actually. I don't know why. My stomach is grumbling. That's what you may have just heard.
Whoa! Right on.
Hey! It's because you eat too fast.
He ate so fast he even ate the tray.
Hey!
Hello there. What is your name?
Riku?
Whoa! You really do understand. Woo-hoo-hoo!
She's way cuter when she gets that silly mask off.
Didn't you say so earlier?
I didn't get a chance to. Everyone thought we were a fiend.
We?
We means you.
Who are you guys anyway?
We're Albed. Can't you tell? Wait, you're not an Albed hater, are you?
I don't even know what an Albed is.
Where are you from?
Zanarkand. I'm a Blitzball player. Star player of the Zanarkand Abes.
The,
Did you hit your head or something?
They knew exactly what they were doing with those camera angles, didn't they?
You guys hit me?
Oh, right. Do you remember anything before that?
So I told her everything there was to tell about Zanarkand. About life there, Blitzball, and Sin's attack. And about how Auron and I were engulfed in this light. I just said things as they came to mind. But then I started to wonder. Did I say something funny?
You were near Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, you'll be better in no time. They say your head gets funny when Sin is near. Maybe you just had some kind of dream?
You mean I'm sick?
Because of Sin's toxin, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, there is no Zanarkand anymore. Sin destroyed it 1,000 years ago. So no one plays Blitzball there.
Massive lore dump right there.
Huh?
Big important lore thing. Zanarkand is gone. 1,000 years ago.
1,000 years ago? But I saw Sin attack Zanarkand. You're saying that happened 1,000 years ago? No way.
There's a thing. There's a thing. I want to pick it up. The secrets of the Albed language are revealed. Y to A. So, Y in Albed can be replaced with A, and that will bring it closer to being English. Aneurin has achieved the rank of Albed Hugela. Seeing as I don't know what the word Hugela means, clearly I don't know enough. I'm gonna quickly save, and then I'm gonna go ask Riku once again about that 1,000 years thing.
You said... you play Blitzball?
Indeed. I'm the star player, Zanarkand Abes.
You should go to Luca. Someone might know who you are, or you might find someone you recognize.
Luca?
Ah. Okay, leave it to me. I'll get you to Luca. Promise. You'd rather stay here? Okay, I'll go tell the others. Wait here. Oh. And one thing. Don't tell anyone you're from Zanarkand, okay? Yevon says it's a holy place. You might upset someone.
Oh, My Zanarkand? Some kind of holy place? Yeah, right, I thought. Since when? Yevon? Sin? Luca? I thought Sin just took me to a faraway place, that I could go back in a day or two. But 1,000 years into the future? No way! Whoa!
Idiot. He had to go and use the sin summoning kick, didn't he? Of all the things he could have done, he did the sin summoning kick. Also, hey, Lainey, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today?
Whoa!
Ah, well. I guess we'll go to Luca another day. Yeah, we'll save. Why not? Did a lot of lifting. Lifted 34 kilos of boxes today. Ooh. Oh, sorry, a lot of 34 kilo boxes. I was gonna say 34 kilos of boxes isn't that much, but yeah, per box, no, it's different. Yeah. Damn it! I just got blitzed in the balls.
Blitzball.
Hey, you okay?
Hey!
Hey, why do you sound like Bender? Yeah, he has goofy hair. That's true. That he does. Also, there's a thing over here. I don't think I can get it yet, but there's a chest over here. Look at this. Can I get this chest? Oh, I can. Mooncrest. Got it. Fantastic. So, the Mooncrest is completely useless to me right now, but it's going to be very, very necessary in the future. So, now is a good time to get it. my shiny metal Blitzball. Yeah. Yeah.
Yo. Hiya.
You wanna try that move one more time?
Finally. Things are starting to look up.
Yeah. Someone understands my greatness. And they never saw that ball again.
You know, amateur. Who you play for?
The Zanarkand Abes.
Oh my goodness, he's an idiot.
What team you say again?
I meant, forget that. I got too, close to sin, and my head's all foggy like. So, I don't know where this place is, or even where I came from.
Sin's toxin got to you, but you're still alive. Praise be to Yevon. All right, back to practice. I'm Walker, coach and captain of the Besaid Aurochs, brother. What, you hungry? Okay, back to the village. I'll get you something.
Like, yeah, say what you like. Walker might be goofy, but he is definitely one of my favorite characters in this game. He went from being the goofy guy that I'm like, man, I don't know about this character. He's, yeah, okay. You know, just kind of awkward. Like, the accent is weird. It almost sounds like somewhere between Jamaican and South African. And he was just such a strange duck, you know? just such a strange duck with weird hair, and like at first, that was my one and only judgment of him. It's like, oh, he's such a weirdo. I don't know if I like this character. But the more I played, the more I started to enjoy him. And when I started to understand his story, he was definitely
I felt like I could
one of the
trust
best
this
characters in this
Waka,
game.
So I just had to ask. It's true Zanarkand was destroyed, right? 1,000 years ago? So it's just a big pile of rubble now, isn't it?
Long time ago, there were a whole lot of cities in Spira. Big cities with machina, machines to run them. People played all day and let the machina do the work. And then, well, take a look. Sin came and destroyed the machina cities. And Zanarkand along with him. Yeah, that was about 1,000 years ago. Just like you said. If you ask me, sin's our punishment for letting things get out of hand. What gets me, though, is we gotta suffer because of what some Blitzballs did way back when. Of course, we must always repent for our sins. That's important. It's just that it's hard to keep at it sometimes, you know?
It was just as Riku said. Waka and Riku couldn't both be lying. Why would they?
Literally Middle Ages. Kind of. Middle Ages were not as bad as
Zanarkand Abes,
like.
that was a good one, huh?
It was
I'm not
bad.
saying
Don't
that
get me
team
wrong,
never existed,
but
but you gotta figure,
wasn't quite
a
as
team
bad
living
as
in
a lot of
luxury
people
like that be
think.
pretty soft, eh?
I appreciated the fact that Waka was trying to cheer me up.
There were a lot of
But
scientific
at that
discoveries
time, all I
made
could think
during
about
those
was
so-called Dark Ages.
Everything that happened to me, all this, started with Sin. Maybe if I could find Sin one more time, I could go home. For now, I just live life until that time came. No more worrying about where or when I was. Sure, it was hard not to think of home, but I started to feel better already. A little better, maybe.
The other thing as well to take into consideration is that there is a literal, visceral, physical thing that they can point at and go, oh yeah, that thing seems to be destroying all the machines. Maybe we shouldn't have machines. I mean, if God literally descended during the Middle Ages and started killing all the scientists, yeah, you could at very least understand. And to the people of Spira, that is almost exactly it, you know? Sin came along.
It's this way.
And just destroyed everything, so, okay, maybe we shouldn't be using those machines. Final Fantasy X has the best soundtrack. I don't know if I'd say the best. It has a great soundtrack. To Zanarkand is definitely one of my favorite songs. I think the opening to Final Fantasy VI is my favorite, though. And there's a lot of music in Final Fantasy VI that I think I would prefer. Like 7's got a lot of good music. Honestly, 8 has some really good music, but I think the majority of the music in 8 is forgettable. It serves its purpose, and that's about it. But I feel like 6, 7, and 10 have got some really standout songs that, you know, that you can go back to, you can listen to out of context, and it's still pretty cool. I think 14 as well has got some amazing songs in its soundtrack. I've been really enjoying a heavy metal version of what's it called? Oh, I can't remember the name of it now. Can't remember the name of the song. It's the Final Fantasy 14 song. My goodness. Oh, what's it called? Oh, On a Blade's Edge is another one that I really like. No, Hearts Aligned. No, that's another good one, but not the one I'm looking for. Yeah, I don't remember. I talked to the Edge. Was it To the Edge? I talked to Answers. Thank you. Yes, it was Answers. That's right. Yeah, we talked about it in Discord. I really like that song. It's got a lot of meaning, a lot of thought behind it, and like it's a song that you can just dissect the lyrics and the meaning and how it applies to what's going on in the story, and it's but it's also a song that you can listen to outside of really knowing anything, and it still has this strong, meaningful like almost it's a dirge, it's a mournful song. It's such a good song. I like Escape from Final Fantasy XIV. A track in Final Fantasy XVI's first DLC uses the same melody due to you fighting a different version of the same boss. Okay. To the Edge is better than XYZ. It goes hard? It goes hard. I think we can agree with that. Can I pick anything up in here? I'm always on the lookout for chests and things. I don't want to leave anything behind. Kawaka. You can't! He was hiding behind chat for a second.
What's the big idea?
Oh, there's a chest. I see a chest. I see a chest. That's mine. That's mine. Phoenix down. Any more? Oh, hello. Ooh, there's monster battles. So, the thing about Wakka is, he is actually probably one of the better damage dealers in the game. If not possibly the best damage dealer. And even better, he's also ranged. So he's far more versatile. It has the best normal battle theme. I don't know, I like 7. It's pretty good though. Like, I think I would have to go 7. I think I would say 7 is better for battle theme. But 10 would have to be second, definitely. Final Fantasy IX's battle theme. I couldn't place that one personally. I don't know it off the top of my head. There is definitely nostalgia goggles. I would agree. But I don't think that's purely it. Because otherwise, you know, I would put Final Fantasy VIII up there as well. But I think Final Fantasy VIII is quite forgettable. A lot of the music is quite forgettable. Like I said before, like 8 has got some key moments where you can really enjoy the music, but it's got some other songs, you know, they do their job, and that's all they need to do. Final Fantasy 12 has got some good music too, actually. Yeah. I'd have to play 12 again to be able to say with any, like, absolute certainty. But 12 has got some really good music. Oh, there's another chest. The boss battle theme from 12? If it's the one I'm thinking of, then yeah, I would have to agree. I'm very fond of the Genova theme song as well from 7. That's another excellent one. Not just the boss battle, like the boss battle in 7 is really good, but like the Genova theme is just amazing. '12 was probably the most I've ever been invested in the game's pre-release hype. I pre-ordered that game 2 years before it released. Didn't help that it kept getting delayed. I didn't. I didn't even realize that 12 was coming out. I think until I remember, like, the first time seeing about Final Fantasy 12 was when people were complaining that it hadn't released, and I was like, oh, it was supposed to have released by now? Oh, okay. That laugh, that little...
Let me go!
Got a favor to ask you.
You want me on your team, right?
That gremlin laugh, though.
A major Blitz tournament's coming up. All the teams in Spira will be there. It's so huge, I'm sure someone there will recognize you. Then you can go back to your old team, right? It'll be fun. What do you say, huh? Come on, come on.
Yeah, may as well. Something to do.
Sure thing.
Dude, our team is gonna rock, eh?
I wouldn't say that. I'm gonna rock. The team is also gonna be there.
Sin were the only two things that Spira and Zanarkand had in common. I wasn't too far off either.
This is where I was born. I started Blitz when I was 5. I joined the Aurochs at 13, 10 years ago. 10 years, and we never won a game. Well, after last year's tournament, I quit. Time seemed right.
I mean, if you haven't won a single game in 10 years, you've got bigger problems than just one player.
I got this new job, yeah? But every time my mind wandered, I thought about the game.
10 years without a single win will do that.
Yep.
My first match last year was my big chance. But something else was on my mind. I couldn't focus.
Nice excuse.
Hey, hey!
So, you want to win the next tournament? Go out with a bang.
Very mature 23-year-old. He is. He really is.
So, what's our goal?
I don't care how we do. As long as we play our best. If we give it our all, I can walk away happy.
No. If I say, what's our goal? You say, victory! When you play in a Blitzball tournament, you play to
Waka's a
win.
Gen X 23-year-old.
Victory.
Yeah, yeah.
You're serious?
Man, it's a good job that Tidus has the same color scheme as the Aurochs, isn't it?
Ah, the one from the sea.
Be on guard. There are fiends on the road today.
After surviving your run-in with Sin, it would be a shame if something happened now.
Who are they?
Luzu and Gata, Crusaders.
Huh? Crews of what?
Cruise of what
You
now?
forgot that too? Hey, sorry. Don't worry about it. I'll help you out.
Cool. In return, come tournament time, I'll make sure we take the cup.
Cool.
And one of the other things to think about
About
as well
the
is Waka
Crusaders,
is
you can
a,
ask
you
them
know,
yourself.
he's a
They got a
sports
lodge in
player.
the village.
23 is retirement age. You look at the big football stars, and they very rarely, you know, they're very rarely in their like later 30s.
They got
They've
any
already
food there?
done their
We'll get
thing,
you
and
something over there later.
they're being a
Take look
coach
around
or
first.
a manager by that point.
Let's see. The Crusaders' Lodge is over yonder. Luzu and Gata are usually there. All right. Over here.
Huh? What's up?
Huh? What's up? What's happening? Where are we
You
going?
remember the prayer, right?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know any prayers. So I'm guessing this is, not the best at, offering me choices. How you came directly from the beach the rest of the day? Well, I assume that the Crusaders were doing a lap. And seeing as you took the scenic route of swimming, the Crusaders walked from the beach up the road, encountered the rest of the Aurochs, and then beelined right back for the town. I don't know, that seems pretty legit. I mean, I did screw around and have to fight a few things along the way. Anyway, I don't know any prayers. This is like in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time where they say like, do you understand? Yes. Yes I do. Okay. I'm gonna choose yes I do.
Of course I'd never prayed before in my life. Not that he would know that.
You must have forgot or something. Here, I'll show you. Go ahead, you try. Not bad. Okay, now go present yourself to the temple summoner.
Any Blitzball player would know that prayer. It was the Blitzball sign for victory.
One of the things that I really like about it is, like, you find this with Waka's voice lines more than any other character. He has a lot of little, I don't know what the word is. There's a word for this type of sound, but like little breaths, little intonations and things where he'll say something, but he'll include like an or a Yeah, he's got different mannerisms with his speech, which I think is really well done, because most of the time when you've got someone doing a voice acting role, you want the voice acting to be as clean as possible. It doesn't include little cut-ins like ums and ers. You tend to avoid that, right? But Waka has that a lot of the time, and it makes him feel more real. So I need to go talk to the temple summoner, and I am very happy to do so. Yeah, right? Oh, this as well. I love the Hymn of the Faith.
It was then, standing in that place, I began to realize how different this world was from my own.
Genuinely just amazing. The art direction in this game is just...
10 years have passed since Lord Braska became High Summoner. And finally, we receive a statue for our temple.
Oh, what's a High Summoner?
Tidus, you opened your mouth again.
I got too close to Sin's, toxin.
Damn it, Tidus, stop opening your mouth.
It was funny hearing myself make the same excuse over and over. Funny, and a little sad.
The summoners are practitioners of a sacred art, sworn to protect the people of Yevon. Only a chosen few become summoners, who call forth entities of great power, the Aeons. The Aeons hear our prayers and come down to us. They are the blessing of Yevon.
So what he meant was that we should respect some kind of great men, or something like that, I figured.
Great, yes. Men, not always. Only sworn guardians may approach the Cloister of Trials. Oh, okay. Is this where I'm supposed to leave and then cutscene starts? No? No? Did I forget something? Did I do something wrong? Where's Wakadu? Oh man, I wish I could rename the characters. I would absolutely name him Wakadu. Fiends are around even during the day. Take care not to travel alone, yeah? There's Wakadu.
Sorry, man. No time for lunch yet.
Oh.
Take a nap. You look pushed.
Okay. Sleeper time.
You could at least go see how they are doing.
We can't interfere. It's a rule.
But it's been nearly.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
But it's been nearly.
It's been nearly a day already.
Perhaps you could go look for us.
People are searching for him now.
Thank you.
Who cares whether he comes back or not?
But he might die.
Fine, let him.
Do you hate him so? But if he dies, you'll never be able to tell him how much you hate him.
That's a really good reason to live, I guess. You better live so I can tell you how much I hate you. You better live so I can kill you myself. Don't die, my revenge wasn't complete.
Is something wrong?
The summoner hasn't returned from the trial.
Eh?
Well, apprentice summoner, really.
Huh?
There's a room in there called the Cloister of Trials. Beyond is where the apprentice summoner prays. If the prayer is heard, the apprentice becomes a fully fledged summoner. Remember?
Nope.
So someone is in there somewhere and they haven't come back out. Right, I got it.
A day's already gone by.
Is it particularly dangerous in there?
Sometimes, yes.
Why don't you go in and help?
There's already guardians in there. Besides, it's forbidden.
Hey, but what if something happens? What if the summoner dies?
The precepts must be obeyed.
Like I care.
What if the summoner dies? All according to plan. All according to Keikaku.
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all.
No, it wasn't. Those who seek to learn of Yevon's secret arts are tested by the Cloister of Trials. Find the right way and you will be taken to the Chamber of the Faith. Examine objects with A to open the way. A strange glyph glows. It's been a while since I played this game, so I don't really remember everything. This is going to take some doing. You must use a sphere to go any further. Okay, I don't have a sphere yet. Glyph spheres open the way to the Chamber of the Faith. Oh, and there's a secret chamber as well. You need to use the correct sphere. Destruction spheres open the way to hidden treasure. Yeah, that's right. It seems that Besaid spheres are also necessary. Remove the glyph sphere. You can carry only one sphere at a time. Right. Yeah, I kind of remember... Like, I remember doing this. Like, I know the general gist of it. You gotta move spheres around, which allows you to open doors and open secret passages and things like that. But I don't recall... like, the exact way of doing it, so... These puzzles may as well be new to me at this point. You see a sphere-shaped recess. Okay. That's a... Touch symbols. I think that goes... Ooh, what's this? Destruction sphere or Besaid sphere? You found the Besaid sphere. I'm gonna leave the Besaid sphere for now. That doesn't work. Okay. Hang on. Maybe I can get the glyph sphere. Hold on. Because the glyph sphere is in the door. But I've opened the door, so I can take the sphere. One of the things which is a little unusual is the control scheme going around the corners. Okay. I'm going to put the glyph sphere in here. See if that helps. It does... I don't think it does. Can I press these now? No? Okay. Yeah, so the fixed camera angles are a little bit wonky. Put the glyph sphere in here, see what happens. Okay. Oh, that's the destruction sphere. That's the one I'm looking for. Right, if I remember correctly, and I probably do not, if I put the destruction sphere in here... No, not the right one. Like I said, figuring it out may as well be my first time because it's been such a long time. This one? Nope. Okay. I'm gonna put the destruction sphere back a second. And let's get the Besaid sphere. I'll put this Besaid sphere in here. Right. Okay. I can push that forward. I hope that doesn't close behind me. If you move it improperly, step on the shining glyph to return the pedestal to its original place. Okay. Hey, I thought that was going to close behind me then. Good grief. Okay. So I get the destruction sphere. And if I put it inside where I found the Besaid sphere, perhaps? Oh, yeah, that's the one. And I get a Rod of Wisdom. That's a Una weapon, I believe. You can obtain... I know, you told me that earlier. Right, let's have a look. What have we got to do in here? I guess we just push this into that slot.
Hey! What's gotten into you? Hey, it's okay. Only summoners, apprentice summoners, and their guardians can enter here. It's a tradition, very important.
So what about you?
Me? I'm a guardian.
A guardian? Whoa! Ah!
Summoners go on a pilgrimage to pray at every temple in Spira. Guardians protect them. The Guardian's in there now. One of them's got a sure fuse, and who knows what the other's thinking. Well, now that we come this far, might as well go all the way.
I do like Waka. I've mentioned it a few times now. I love Waka's just like, no, these traditions are very important.
What are you doing here?
Ow, I'll screw it.
Didn't think we'd be able to handle it.
No, it's,
This idiot. This idiot.
See, I told you she gets mad easy.
Is the summoner all right?
Who are you?
Hi, my name's Tidus. How are you? Ah, here she comes.
I've done it. I have become a summoner.
She's beautiful. Man. She's got like this ethereal... There's something about her just feels a little bit...
Here I was thinking summoners were all old geezers.
Magical, a little bit out of this world, you know? It's a little bit to do with the heterochromia as well. She just seems... Yeah. I love Yuna. Yuna is like... Aerith will forever be my #1 girl in Final Fantasy. And in most games, actually, Aerith. But Yuna is a very, very close second. Putting your transgression aside for now, let us celebrate the birth of a summoner. That was... I like 10-2, though. That's the thing. Is, I can't deny I like the shorts, too.
Hey, over here!
I'm coming! There's only one direction I can go in.
What? Ow!
Wait till you see this.
I can't see anything.
Ready?
Okay.
When we get to see the dance later as well. Oh my goodness. My heart. Yeah, and it comes off as a little bit weird, Kiko, but I mean, when you get the explanation as to why, it makes a lot of sense. So this is the Aeon called Valefor. Who wants to be Valefor? You get to name the Aeons
I've never seen
in this.
anything like it in my life. Sure,
So
it was a little scary.
I'm going to be naming them
but still,
after chat.
I could feel a strange kind of gentleness coming from it.
Yeah, Valefor is great. Who wants to be Valefor? I'm not gonna name a chicken wing. I might just call it JC200X. Unless there is someone who actually wants to be called, who wants to be the namesake for Velfor, it's gonna be JC, because JC was the first one to make a suggestion. JC it is. Oh, wrong button. There we go.
I remember that night we talked for the first time. I didn't know it then, but after that night, everything changed.
I should have waited.
For everyone.
Too late.
For me.
I forgot about the delay, yeah, of course.
Let me introduce you to the team. This guy here wants into the tournament so bad, I let him on the team. His memory's a little fuzzy, so don't mind him if he says anything odd. Come on, say hi.
Game audio is scratchy.
Hi guys.
Hang on a minute.
What's our goal?
To do our best! Nope, we got a new goal now. Our new goal is victory! To win every match, defeat every opposing team, to bring the Crystal Cup back to our island. That's all we need to do to win. Easy, huh?
I'm not getting anything on this end.
Victory! 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 Yeah!
Okay. Did the game audio get better, or... No, it's not gotten better? Alright, hold on a second. I'll go find out from Kiko. Hang on. Actually, I'll hit the be right back, and, yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, of course, I can't listen to it if I set to be right back, can I? Alright, hold on. Okay, so I can't hear anything on my end, and seeing as there's no like sound, I can't hear anything through Kiko's either. So let's see if I can maybe... Has it gone away? The campfire sounds like a propeller. Okay. Well, I don't know. Hold on. Is that better? Like I said, I like there's no sounds. I can't really tell. I certainly don't hear a propeller. Is there like a... Talk to Waka?
You sure got the boys worked up, huh? You sure got the boys worked up, huh?
You can hear it. Okay, well, I don't know what you can hear. Alright, hold on a second. Hang on. Let's see if I can fix this.
You sure got the boys worked up, huh? You sure got the boys worked up, huh? You sure got the boys worked up, huh?
Okay, so yeah, I'm not hearing that at all. I have no idea why it's coming through scratchy, glitchy, whatever you want to call it. I have no idea why. I don't know what else to do. How about now?
You sure got the boys worked up, huh?
Cool. Yeah, I just had to, like, reset it, on my PC. I didn't actually have to unplug anything. Hey, Tim, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? What's happening here? Oh, we just had some audio issues, that's all.
You heathen!
Stay away from the summoner! He's a bad man!
Wouldn't be the first time I've heard that shouted at me.
Careful.
But it was really my fault to begin with. I'm Yuna. Thank you so much for your help earlier.
Huh? I'm sorry about that. Wasn't I not supposed to... Guess I kind of overreacted.
Oh no, I was overconfident.
I saw that Aeon thing. That's amazing.
Really? Do you think I can become High Summoner?
Yes. You could. You shouldn't, but you could.
Lady Yuna?
We'll talk about that later.
Some more.
You've been sleeping all day?
So,
nice.
Tomorrow, then.
Tomorrow?
We're going
tomorrow.
On the same boat, aren't we?
Oh, really?
We can talk more.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. I'm down for talking more. I'm down for talking to you now a lot more.
You can tell me all about Zanarkand.
She's cute, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't get no ideas.
Oh.
No promises there, big guy. Hey, but what if
ideas
she,
have already
comes
been
on to
had.
Me?
That's not going to happen. If you get tired, let me know. I had a bed made for you.
Sorry, Wako. Ideas have already been had. It's a bed, apparently. Wait, let me...
Ready for bed?
Yes.
Good. Sleep tight.
Will do. Oh, I'm in control of something. Yeah. Ah, there she is.
Where's that boat?
Why, if it isn't the girl of my dreams?
Everyone
in
will
my
find
dreams.
us if it doesn't come soon.
Everyone will find
You
us?
really sure this is okay?
Would you take me to Zanarkand?
Hey! You said you'd go with me!
Oh, hey, I
Didn't see you there.
I thought Waka told you not to get any ideas.
He did?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so you're coming with me.
Hey, stop dreaming!
You with a woman? You can't even catch a ball!
Oh, what's the matter?
Gonna cry again? Cry. That's the only thing
Do I
you're
want
good
the beautiful trad wife, or do I want the bondage girl? That's the question.
You have to speak loudly.
I hate you!
Huh?
That's the spirit.
You can do it.
I hate you!
He's dead, okay? Dead. He does look a lot like Chapu. I was surprised too, the first time I saw him. But no matter what he looks like, he isn't Chapu. You shouldn't have brought him here in the first place.
Yeah, but he needed our help.
Excuses again?
Yeah, but...
I mean, Lulu's pretty gorgeous
That's it.
too.
No more. Enough, Waka.
See, you can kind of judge your stage in life by the character that you find attractive in this. Like, when I was when this game first came out, it was all about the Lulu, right?
My little brother, Chapu. He looked like you.
He's dead?
He was with the Crusaders when they fought Sin last year.
It was all about
didn't make
the hot goth girl, but
I first heard on the day of the tournament.
Oh, so that's why.
I became a guardian to fight Sin, yeah?
Revenge?
it's
then?
more about Yuna for me
That was
today,
the
though.
idea. I'm more worried about a stupid game now than avenging my brother. Well, after the next tournament, I'll be a guardian full-time. I know it kind of looks like I'm using you, but I'm not.
Don't worry. I mean, I owe you a lot. You really helped me out, you know? What I mean is... Thanks, Waka.
Stop. You're embarrassing me.
I'm swinging my way to a different game for that kind of thing. I mean, understandable, but, you know, it's kind of the whole point, isn't it? When you really think about it. Games like this, it's about the characters, it's about learning about about who they are, and like a part of that, if they've got a good character, then like if you find yourself attracted to someone in a game like this, it shows that they've done a good job, really, I think. And like Lulu, like when I was younger, I was very much into the goth lifestyle, I guess. When I think about it today, I wouldn't say it was cringe or anything. I don't think I don't feel like ashamed of it or anything like that. I don't think, oh my goodness, my dark and troubled past or anything like that. It's a part of me. It's who I was at the time. And when I think back to that moment, and when I first played this game, it's like Lulu was like the ideal for me in that moment. And she's just this gorgeous, over-the-top goth girl, and that did it for me at the time. Not so much anymore. The more and more I learned about, like I said, the first time I played this game, it was very superficial, I thought Waka was an idiot. I thought Lulu was hot. I thought Yuna was plain. I thought Tidus was
hey, sleepyhead.
Just
something I want to give you.
Some,
Whoa,
brainless
you're giving
bimbo.
this to me?
Yeah, use it well.
But after getting through it the second time and the third time that I played it,
well, you never used it.
You get to learn more about their character.
We're taking the same boat as Yuna, right? Why do we gotta wait here?
Yuna came to this village 10 years ago, when the last COMM started.
The COMM?
Since then, she's been like a little sister to me and Lulu. But she had the talent. She became an apprentice. Now, today, she leaves as a summoner.
This is our journey. We should leave together.
Agreed. Himbo. Yeah, that's the word.
You really don't need all that luggage.
They're not really my things. They're gifts for the temples we're to visit.
This isn't a vacation, Yuna.
I guess you're right.
Oh. See...
Okay, off we go.
She's kind of like, well, not even kind of, she's completely innocent. She's naive to the world, but actually, I want to go back. I saw there was a chest. Hang on, I need this chest. But she's strong too, That's something you're gonna discover throughout this game. It's just like how strong she really is. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make our way over to the docks, and once we reach the other side, we'll call it there for this evening.
No problem.
Not too shabby. You kept up with him pretty well. Might make a good guardian someday. A flyer, my kind of customer.
So that's one of the this is basically a little bit of a tutorial to say that have Tidus kill the ground things, have Waka kill the flying things. It's a very straightforward, simple tutorial. And this is what I was saying earlier, like, Waka is designed to be a ranged fighter so that he can attack the aerial enemies, but he actually puts out a ton of damage, which makes him super useful as as just generally your damage character.
Watch this.
What's his idle animation supposed to be? It looks like he's just wiping his nose, doesn't it? I have no idea, honestly. Right, so this isn't going to work because these flans are, you know, elemental beings. And seeing as I've got an elemental water sword, this is going to do nothing. Yep.
Told you, only magic can beat that thing. If you can't beat them down, you gotta use magic of the element they don't like.
Magic? Element?
Let's have our black mage show you what I mean. Lou, you're up.
Clueless, aren't you? Good thing I'm here.
I know about elements. Magic and fiends have properties called elements. There are 4 elements: fire, ice, lightning, and water. That's not strictly true. That's not strictly true. There's also wind. But yeah, okay. The 4 major elements that get used sorry, the 3 major elements that get used in Final Fantasy is usually fire, ice, and lightning. Water is quite often thrown in there separately. Earth is sometimes thrown in there separately, as is wind. But fire, ice, lightning tend to be the 3 major ones that they use. Fire and ice are opposed, and lightning and water are opposed.
Spells of ice work well against fire fiends, and ice fiends are weak against fire magic. You follow?
I get fire and ice, but what about lightning and water?
Lightning and water are opposed, just like fire and ice. This one here is a water fiend, which means...
lightning attacks. Yeah, so the element system in this is... it's not the best, honestly. Like, I gotta be honest, when it comes to elemental alignments and stuff like that, I think Pokemon has to be the best. It's very complex, there's a lot of stuff to take into consideration. But I think I really like the Pokemon system for elemental alignment.
Take your time.
Let's get going, man.
We're gonna wait.
Silence, child.
Are you ready?
What's going on?
Wakka's having to pray.
It's an ancient custom.
Poor
People
bug type
leaving the
boat,
island
yeah, right?
pray here for a safe trip. Chappu didn't pray that day. Said he'd miss his boat. That should do it.
I know, there's some... I find the idea of that should do it when talking about praying to be kind of funny. You know, we've talked about this before that, like... I went to university to be a priest once upon a time. And, well, not a priest. I wouldn't call it priest. Kilika and Bikanel. As, one, I believe. Yeah, like, the idea, one of the things that we talked about a couple of times during that whole process of learning is this idea of prayer being like magic words, and it's kind of funny. You know, so long as you end a prayer in Jesus' name, it means it's gonna work. You know, that sort of an attitude. So the whole concept of you know, saying a prayer for safety, and then being like, yep, that should do it. I just find that kind of funny. Oh, here he goes! Dragoon time! Ha! Ah, you missed.
That's enough.
What's with that guy?
Kimari Ronso, of the Ronso tribe. He's learned the fiend's way of fighting.
That's not what I meant.
It's interesting. He's
another Yuna's guardians.
He's a dual type, so he's
Sometimes we don't understand him either. Kimari doesn't talk much anyway.
He's a dragoon and a blue
He
mage,
has
which is pretty
protected me
cool.
since I was a child.
Actually, now that I think about it, actually a lot of the characters in this are like dual classed. Like, Tidus is clearly a warrior and a bard, because he's got a lot of the buff skills. Ooh, can I get up there? I don't think I can get up there yet. That's later, isn't it? Actually, let's do some sphere grid while I'm here. So I can move 2 spaces. So we go to there. Yes. And then I will activate the defense sphere. And the attack sphere. Or strength sphere, even. Waka can move to there. And I can use a speed sphere to increase the speed. Yeah, a lot of them are dual classed. Now that I think about it. Tidus is warrior and bard. He's got a lot of the buff stuff that you'd expect from a bard. Kimari is a dragoon and a blue mage. Waka is very much just a ranger, really. Now that I think about it. But Yuna is also a summoner and a white mage. You're kidding, right? Do you know how many normies get bodied because they walk into a fairy ring? Yes, that is true. A lot of people just disappear. Oh, this thing. Yeah.
That's your department, right?
True. But, why don't we let our summoner show us what she's made of?
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Switching members during battle. Press L during battle to switch to a character not currently being used. Just switch them in and they're ready to go. Okay, so we're gonna... Yeah, we'll switch Tidus, I guess.
Your first real battle. Let's see some style.
Show us what your training has taught you, Yuna.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Summoning. Yep. Okay, cool. Touch either default or... I can't touch... Why does it think I can touch? Summon JC200X. Chicken wing. All right, we're gonna use sonic wings. So sonic wings as an attack is pretty cool because it increases your speed for your next attack. Like, it does a decent amount of damage, and it also quite often allows you to attack an extra time. Like, look at that. 4 in a row, even. Just keep hitting them with it. $596 HP left. Keep going. Just the sheer number of times you can attack in a row with that is ridiculous. Now we're gonna kick its ass with its finisher. Nice. Oh, Bright Arm Guard. No, don't look. Wait, equip. Is that the right? It's got Dark Ward. Okay, that's gonna be useful. Actually, I wonder what equipment do I actually have right now? A Water Moomba. Water element is useful, but Tidus also. I'll keep that one there. I got the Rod of Wisdom. Whoa, look at that. Magic plus 5%, plus 3%, and Sensor. So we'll get that. We got that one out to the temple. Official Ball. And Longsword. Hunter's Sword has Sensor. We'll stick with Brotherhood. The plus 5 is really good. Do I have any? No, I don't. Okay, cool. So the way weapons work in this game is also kind of similar to the Sphere Grid. You have a weapon, but it doesn't necessarily have any stats. What you do is you apply stats to the weapon, which is pretty cool. I like that system. It's something I would like to see more of in future games.
Another one of those. No problem. Leave this one to me, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Good night, buddy.
Okay. Skill, Dark Attack.
Yeah.
So, Dark inflicts blind. Which, yeah, lowers their ability to hit you. It's flying, so I'm going to assume thunder might do a little bit of damage. And I'll switch out Yuna for myself. So this is a good example. I can use Cheer. I was going to attack and just show that it's harder to hit the flyer with Tidus, but instead I'll just use Cheer. Managed to hit. Nice. Oh no, yeah. No. Lulu is not gonna do any damage like that. This game's equipment is a lot more vertical than I think most people would be used to. Horizontal, yeah. Yeah, I actually like... I think we've talked about this before. I like horizontal... more than vertical. You know, having a straight improved sword, like, oh, this weapon does more damage, therefore it's better. That's got its place. But I like horizontal progression. I like being able to say, all right, well, this weapon, it's better because it's a fire sword, as opposed to this weapon, which is a water sword, and we're fighting an enemy that's weak to fire. You know, I like horizontal progression. It adds, in my opinion, it adds more tactics and strategy than, like, a straight vertical system. Max Strength Lulu is funny. She can't... Yeah. Just sending out the little doll to kick the enemy and just doing tons of damage. Let's have a look. So, in this situation, as you can see, we've been set up quite nicely. Tidus is going to be good against the Dingo. Waka is going to be good against the Condor. And Lulu is going to be good against the Flang. I love the way that this, like, it'll show you one tutorial, and you'll be like, okay, I get it. But then it goes on to continue to tutorialize you without you perhaps even noticing. You know? It didn't explain anything to you. It didn't tell you, oh, Tidus should attack this character, Waka should attack this monster, Lulu should attack that monster. It's taught you all those things individually, and then it puts you in a situation where you're fighting against 3 monsters that each one is strong against. And I think that's a really good way of tutorializing someone without even realizing that they've been tutorialized. I think that's really cool. And I think, you know, games that do that well have some of the best tutorials. So we're going to increase Lulu's mana. So that increased her MP by 20 points. No, don't return. Let's go. Move that. And we're going to use the ability sphere. And unlock Flee. So, Flee is usually seen as like a thief ability. And what it does is it basically just guarantees that you can get away. Like, everyone can run away individually, but Flee allows the entire party to leave at once. Not sure why they changed that. I don't think Flee needed to be its own ability, but it works. It works. So one of the things that I haven't mentioned and hasn't really been mentioned in this game is what do you do with these spheres that are empty? Well, later on in the game, you will get spheres that you can place into the empty slots to add additional stats and stuff. So you might get, like, let's say, a strength sphere. And when you have that, you can place a strength sphere into an empty slot to boost your strength stat, which is really useful. Isn't running on a timer in this game? I'm not sure if it's a timer. I don't think it's on a timer, but like each character can flee individually. I think they included that because you've got that ability to switch characters freely in combat. And maybe it adds to it. I don't know. Honestly, couldn't tell you. But is there a thing up here? No, not yet. That's later. Wait, is this the direction I need to go for the story? This looks like story direction. Oh no, it's not. Okay. I went the wrong way. Never mind, going back. Hang on. This way. Oh yeah, so to answer Lainey's question from earlier, how the Crusaders got to the village before I did. The Crusaders went to the left, we went to the right. Would you mind trying to satisfy curiosity? Yeah, of course. If I... Ooh, can I go back? Hang on. I'll go and have a look. Okay. Hang on. I don't think... There's... Wait, there's no fights here. There's no fights in the screen. Hang on. Okay, there's fights here. Oh, I thought there was. There we go. I defeated all of the enemies. Right, so what you can do is, if you go... See, if you go to the... Escape... An individual can escape. Can I, let me just go attack the dingo. So, for, Walker, for example, I hit escape. And he runs away. Alright. I can do the same with Lulu. And she'll run away. But,
Need a good jolt?
Need a good jolt, nice. But, Blee
I won't go
will
so easy on you next time.
make everyone run. I'm not really sure why they bothered with that, honestly. Yeah. I honestly don't get that decision. Just doesn't really... Maybe it's to make it a little bit more difficult, you know, to run away, rather than... Like, if two characters run away and then the final character that's left behind dies, then that's a game over. Like, that's done. You just lost. So, it does have a bit more of a risk to running away, because then, you know, not everyone can run away, you know? That's, I guess that's kind of a reality of combat, in a way. Not everyone can necessarily get away. But, I don't know, I don't think it needed to be that complicated. Running away from combat is just running away from combat. I'm stuck. Hang on. Yeah, it seems a bit weird. That's yeah. I won't cry. I won't, yeah? Well, that's interesting. Why is he crying? May Yevon's blessing be with our summoner on her pilgrimage. Here, a gift from the temple to sanctify her departure. Seeker's ring. Oh yeah, I'll be giving that to her. I knew this time would come someday. I knew. Oh, there's so many things I want to tell her. But seeing her there, smiling, I just can't say them. Hey, you. The sea's crawling with fiends, so give this to Yuna, okay? I'm talking to everyone at this point. They're really leaving. Here, farewell gift from the village. 400 gil! You won't cry. Okay, he just won't cry. Hang on a minute. Anyone else? Anyone else got gifts? I want all your gifts. Lady Yuna, don't forget me, okay? Kid, you got a gift? We'll miss Lady Yuna. Come back soon, yeah? Okay. He's gonna miss Yuna? Yeah, understandable. You know, if those kids don't get off that boarding plank, they're gonna end up in the drink.
Goodbye.
And that is Besaid. Done. Next stop, Kilika.
Boo.
Just harassing the staff. That's all. He's like a monkey, isn't he? For goodness sake. Tidus must be really bored. Indeed. And Tidus immediately dies. Lulu is 22. She is indeed. I don't know, he's like a monkey. The way he skittered across the, like this wall area just seemed very monkey-like. Wood. Ah, dear.
Word is that summoner's got noble blood.
I heard she's Lord Braska's daughter.
You don't say.
Lord Braska's daughter?
She may be Lord Braska's daughter, but she'll be calling me daddy. Summoner's confident smile is always great encouragement to us. Okay, good. Both father and daughter. Oh my goodness. Okay. If anyone can defeat Sin, the daughter of Lord Braska can.
So, is Yuna's father famous or something?
She's the daughter of High Summoner Braska. You saw his statue at the temple.
Indeed.
Lord Braska defeated Sin 10 years ago. Yuna's the heir to a great legacy.
It's tough when your father's famous.
Waka's a bit lacking in the imagination department.
Thanks, Lulu. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, you talked to Uni yet? She had some questions for you.
She did. She wanted to learn about Zanarkand. At this point, I don't know if she's making fun of me or not. I think this is where you get sports ball technique. It is. Ooh, oh, did I just miss it? Oh, did I just miss it? You know, you don't have to do the stretch and arm technique when she's literally asking you to come and stand next to her. It's okay. It's all right. He's so innocent. Look, they're laughing and it's not silly.
You're a Blitzball player, aren't you? From Zanarkand, right?
Dumb teens. Yeah, pretty much.
That from Waka?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Waka. Waka doesn't believe me at all.
But I believe you.
Huh?
It's a very good reason to not believe him.
There is a great stadium, all lit up, even at night.
Huh?
Great Blitzball tournaments are held there, and the stands are always full.
Oh!
How do you know that?
Yeah, I just remembered.
A man named Jecht told me. He was my father's guardian.
Jecht.
I forgot this was where the reveal was.
His name is Jecht.
Amazing! You know, our meeting like this must be the blessing of Yevon.
Sounds like him, but it can't be him.
Why not?
My dad's an asshole.
Man. He died. 10 years ago, off the coast of Zanarkand.
I'm sorry.
He went out to sea for training one day, and never came back. And no one's seen him since then.
Why, that's the day that Jecht came to Spira.
But,
It's true, I first met Jecht 10 years and 3 months ago. I remember that was the day my father left. The date fits, doesn't it?
The similarities between them as well is really cool. I like how they...
You're here? Are you not?
They've kind of both gone through a very similar thing. I feel like I had more game than this when I was a teen and I'm down to 2 limbs. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, fair. You know, you gotta take in consideration, like, Yuna is literally the definition of sheltered. And yet she is doing more for this relationship than Tidus ever could. This is her sheltered version of throwing herself at him. And he is still dropping the ball. If the two dads meet, can they find a way home? Unit 17? That's fine. It's a different culture.
Stick a harpoon in him and we'll all get dragged under.
Zin is going for Kilika. We gotta distract it. Our families are in Kilika. Forgive us, Lady Summoner.
The needs of the many. Go for it.
Oh boy.
Bloody hell. We're not getting a full sense for Sin's power just yet. I like... One of the things I do like about this game is, like, the build-up. Like, there's... You don't... You see Sin destroy Zanarkand, right? Right at the very beginning. But you don't necessarily see Sin's destructive power. It's kind of... You're seeing it from a particular perspective. You can see that things are exploding and blowing up all around you. But you don't see a direct consequence, you know? You see things blowing up, but you don't see the aftermath. And I love the way that they introduce Sin, and they gradually show what Sin has done over time. And you start to get a real sense of dread for Sin the further through the game you get. Rather than feeling like, oh wow, this is a really tough enemy, but don't worry, I can beat him by the end. As the game goes along, there's this ever-present looming dread, like Godzilla, you know. There's this sense of this unbeatable creature that's out there, you know. And that sense of dread comes up time and time again throughout this game, and it's because they do it slowly. They slowly introduce it, and just as you think you've gotten a bit stronger, but then Sin does something, you go, oh yeah, that's still way out of my league. So I think they did a really good job of using Sin in this one. Operation Mihen's a fantastic turning point. Absolutely. That's something that we'll get to later, but Operation Mihen is just a perfect example of that moment where you think, hey, I can beat Sin. Yeah, okay. Alright, so let us do a little bit of butt whooping. We've got Tidus, Yuna, and Kimahri this time. I think I'll keep them. Summon JC. Never felt the dread? Oh, you were saying that you never really felt well, anything in this game, did you? Heck. Oh, I forgot that I can attack the... I forgot I can actually attack that. Ooh. Okay. I imagine that if I attack the... Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep attacking the little things to get my limit up. And then I'll attack the fin with my overdrive. Ow! Like, right now, you've got this... All you can see of Sin is this fin sticking out of the water. Like, what even is it? Right. Oh, I could have black magicked them instead. I can't attack the fin yet. I want to use the overdrive. I know what I'm doing. I think I know what I'm doing. I probably don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I've got the overdrive. Nice. Probably could have done a lot more damage than this if I didn't choose to summon. This was clearly a mistake on my part. JC, no! Okay. Let's see now. We've got Kimari. I'll swap Kimari for Waka. And Waka can attack the fin. No, not the... Ah, there we go. 113 damage, amazing. Kill that thing. Ow. Swap Yuna for Lulu. Thunder on that. You know, even if I hadn't done this, it would have taken 10 turns to be able to do as much damage as Veilfor did in one overdrive. So, either way, I think this is going to be taking a while. There they come. I thought Sin was the Sky Vortex. The Sky Vortex is a very interesting aspect of the intro cutscene. It's meant to evoke the images of the Renaissance art of gateways into heaven. I'll show you what I mean in a moment. I'm being attacked! I'm being attacked by these bloody scales! This game came out 24 years ago. Mint was 7, Laney was 3. Okay. Righto. Yep. Not gonna say a damn word. Dolphins! Oh, now, okay, hold on a second. Hang on, I didn't agree to this. Right. I guess I'll fight that thing. Aquiles? Sin spawn Aquiles. Alright, fine. Punch it! Just keep punching it! We'll do a dark attack. I doubt I can blind it, but we'll give it a crack. Oh, it's blinded! Oh, brilliant! Oh, perfect! Let's, no, hold on. I want to cheer. Keep doing damage. Ow! Ow! I didn't think I was gonna be able to actually, I don't want to use the high potion. It's only gonna give me like 200. Yeah, 200. Attack. I'll do another potion. Like, high potion does 1,000 healing, so I don't really want to waste them. It's not blind anymore. Nice, keep him blinded. I don't think there's any point in attacking the scales. I think the scales will just respawn. I could be wrong. Like, I could be wrong, but I think they just respawn. Solitaire in his retirement village. Sorry, what? Yeah, they're back. But if you're able to sustain yourself through, you can grind them off if you wanted. Yeah, probably. Just... Oh, I'm out of MP. I can't blind him anymore. Yeesh. Okay. Yeah, look, they keep coming back. Damn. Wait, hang on a minute. Oh yeah, it does require. Yeah, it does require MP. I was thinking for a second. Then, does the skills even require MP? I suppose basically if you attack the scales, and that's less damage that it can do to you, I suppose. Like, I desperately need to heal right now. Can I? No, I can't switch characters. Oh, was that the one? I think that was the one what done it. That was the one what done it. Woo! Nice. Hey, that's a fair few spheres right there. Oh, look at all those. Water ball and a red bangle. I think the red bangle is fire resist. And this is where you first really get to see, like, the real human cost of sin. And this is what I mean. It's like a force of nature. It's not even... Like, what can you do in the face of that? You know?
When Sin attacked Zanarkand that day, I woke up in Spira. I kept hoping it would work in reverse, too.
I will defeat Sin. I must defeat Sin.
I was just fooling myself. Maybe it was that day.
At least you're fooling yourself from the best pillow around.
Under the burning sun. I started to give up hope. I was in a foreign world. I wasn't going home. This was my new reality, and I was stuck in it for good.
I think I did miss the ability to get the Jecht shot.
Greetings. I am the summoner Yuna. I have come from the temple in Besaid.
Oh, milady summoner!
If there is no other summoner here, please allow me to perform the sending.
Thanks, BT.
Our loved ones. We feared they would become fiends.
So I was laughing at what Lainey said.
Please, take me to them.
We'll go see what we can do to help in town.
Huh?
Right, so I'm going to save here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to save in a separate slot. Because I might go back and do the Jecht shot off stream. Yep. Aneurin, watch your step. It's not safe this way. Okay. The pub's closed. I don't think I can get through this without a drink. You need to stop worrying about drinking right now. You need to put your personal issues aside because there's an entire community that needs help.
What's ascending? Are we going somewhere?
You truly are clueless.
Absolutely.
Are you sure it's just your memory that's the problem?
I do love Lulu,
the dead need guidance. Filled with grief over their own death, they refuse to face their fate. They yearn to live on and resent those still alive. You see, they envy the living. And in time, that envy turns to anger, even hate.
And hate leads to suffering.
Should these souls remain in Spira, they become fiends that prey on the living. Sad, isn't it? The sending takes them to the far plane, where they may rest in peace.
The live stream. Sorry, excuse me. This cutscene, though. This is just... And see, when you kill a monster in this game, you see these. These are called fireflies. You see them leaving the monster. Basically, you've kind of exercised the evil and the bitterness, and you allow them to cross over. She's so beautiful. Like, there's so much, like, visual and metaphorical elements to this, like, that connects to, like, Christian theology.
Must be tough,
but you got elements like that, which is directly connected to the birth of Venus.
All we can do is protect her along the way, until the end.
Until the end? What's the end?
Clueless.
Until she defeats sin.
Oh.
I hope I did okay.
You did very well. They've reached the far plane by now, but no tears next time. Mm-hmm.
I wished there would never be a next time.
Same.
No more people being killed by sin. No more sendings for Yuna. Everyone stood there watching her. It was strange, and somehow horrifying. I never wanted to see it again.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it hitting people in different ways. For some people, it's going to be horrifying. For others, it's like I see the whole process of life and death as being something that you can have beauty in death, and it can be, a lot of people will call you morbid for that, but it's a natural part of life. And I kind of feel sometimes that the concept of immortality, the concept of living forever, that to me is terrifying. Like, genuinely. Like, do you really want to live until the end of the universe? That sounds horrific. Like, that's horrifying. But that is where we're going to call it for this evening. I'm just going to save right there. Like I said, I'll take a look to see if I can go back and get the Jecht shot. If I've missed it, I'll just go back and I'll redo that again on my own time. I'm not going to waste your guys' time. So I'm going to take us back to the chatting screen, and we can continue to talk about this for a little bit. There we go. Stretch. Okay. Let's see. The dead need guidance. Only the captain of the Flying Dutchman can ferry souls. No, wait, that's Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, that's something different. That's a little bit different. Just a tad. What are the conditions for needing to perform a sending? If a villager dies of old age, do they move on? That's a really interesting question, because you got to take in consideration that even though we primarily only see Yuna at this point, there's a lot of summoners out there running around. So the idea of them being needed, I think the sending is something akin to like a funeral, you know, to be able to split the bonds between the living and the dead. I think equally the dead, if the dead are ready to die, or if those that are going to die are ready and are prepared for it, and the people that survive are willing to let go, I think that would allow for someone who had died to pass to the far plane without any sort of problems or issues. I can't say for certain. It's a really good question. It's something I've not really thought about. Do you need to do a sending every time someone dies? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it could just be, like I said, there's a lot of Christian theology metaphors and visuals in this. Like there's strong allusions to it, Like, one of the examples is where you see Tidus being pulled up on board at the end of that fight, and you see him lying in the lap of Yuna. Very reminiscent of Pieta. Obviously, the obvious ones, the right on the nose ones, is stuff like it's Sin. You know, that's kind of the big giveaway right there. It's called Sin. So I think there might be like allusions to dying in sin. You know, if you die in sin, you become a demon or you become a fiend. I'm not sure though. It could just be the unwillingness to move on. So maybe you could end up getting fiends from people who died of natural causes, died of old age, or died of illness. I'm not really sure. I'd have to look into that. I wonder if there's any theories on that, and I'd like to take a look around before giving a definitive answer. But I think that it mostly is people who are killed. Not necessarily by sin, but of course sin is killing a lot of people. But I think people who are killed, who refuse to let go of the mortal plane, they're the ones that become monsters. And in that regard, you need a funeral. But like I said, a funeral acts as a separation between the dead and the living. Because it works the other way around as well. Like, people who are too attached to other people, someone who's died, but they can't let go. Their lives can be destroyed by this unwillingness to allow someone else to go, you know? This person's dead and gone, but you're keeping them alive in a very negative way by not being willing to say, yes, they're gone, and moving on with your life. You are destroying your life in a way. And there's a healthy way to hold on to someone and say, you know what, they may have died, but I'm going to keep them with me. And then there's a very unhealthy way of doing it, you know, where you can't do anything. You can't live your life because you're so attached to this person who's already gone. And that's what funerals are for. That's kind of the goal, is to create that separation, to be able to have that moment of mourning and be able to say, like, it's conclusive, you know? This is the end. It's over. And now I need to move on with my life. Really, a funeral is more for the people who are still alive than it is for the people who are dead. Sure, it's a memorial. Sure, it's in their honor. But a funeral benefits the living more than it does the dead. It's... And I don't mean this in a like a negative way, but it's kind of our selfishness, you know? It's less about the person who's dead, but our own personal grief, you know? And like I said, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing, but it does come down to more about our own personal grief than it is for the person who's dying, because we are the ones that live with it, you know? We're the ones that survive. We're the ones that must carry on. And it's like, religiously speaking, from a Catholic perspective, now I'm not Catholic, but from a Catholic perspective, you've got like the last rites, and you've got the particular prayers that are believed to be important in the Catholic faith for a soul to make its way to heaven, or at very least to leave the mortal plane. And you know, in that regard, yes, the funeral is definitely for the individual, but from a more secular standpoint, or even from a non-Catholic Christian standpoint, it's more about the people who are left behind to have that moment of grief and to separate from that person who's moving on. It would be interesting to find out. So I'll take a look into it. I'll see if there's more to it than that. But I think that what they're alluding to in all of this is, you know, like I said, it's the spirits with unfinished business being able to move on. It's about the people who are left behind, not keeping them, you know, keeping the souls trapped on Earth. You know, that's another part of it, you know. It was something that was addressed in, of all things, Supernatural. They talked about how ghosts are attached to the living. And I thought it was a very nuanced look at it, considering Supernatural tends to be, you know, monster of the week sort of stuff. I thought it was a really good nuanced look at ghosts when they did this one of a young boy who didn't want to cross over, and the sort of pain and suffering that was causing his mother because he didn't cross over, and he didn't realize that he was causing it. It's like an agreement. There's a partnership that was being represented in that show, that the mother had to let go of the child for the child to be able to pass on, but the child also had to let go of the mother to be able to pass on. And while he was there haunting her, he was negatively affecting her. And while she was holding him from crossing over, he was starting to degrade and go mad. And that was one of the things that they talked about, how a poltergeist is made in the Supernatural universe, is that a ghost goes mad. And the ghost goes mad because they can't cross over, because they're being held there by the living that won't let go of them. So there's like it's like a mutual agreement to let go of one another and to move on. And I guess, I mean, it could be something similar to that. It could be just a case of, if you're killed by sin, you don't want to move on because you want to make sure that your loved ones are safe. And your loved ones are still alive, they've got survivor's guilt. They didn't want you to move on, you know? So ascending has to take place to make sure that there's a very clear separation between the living and the dead. Sudden death is just something that we're never prepared for. So while Tidus calls it horrifying, I think it's kind of beautiful. Because when you've got that sudden death, and you don't have time to deal with the fact that it's happened, to have some kind of a ritual that actually works, to guarantee that that person, or, you know, that separation happens, that you're able to overcome that grief. I wish that existed in real life. Sadly, sudden death is just something that no one is ever truly ready for. Even if you've been told that it could happen, just every now and again it turns up out of the blue. It's something that, without getting too personal, it's something I've had to deal with a lot. With living in Australia and the majority of my family being in the UK, you get told that someone's unwell, but the news that someone's passed away is always sudden, because you never see it. You don't witness their health decline. You're not able to internalize it and accept it, that it's going to happen. You're told that someone is ill, but that could mean anything. And then you get a phone call and they're gone. That's real. That becomes real. So I think as an adult, after going through a lot of that, this game has become more real, because I feel like I can identify with a lot of the themes a lot better than when I was a kid. And like you guys were saying, when this game released, you were like, what, 4? And Laney said that he was 3 when this game released, and Mint said he was 7. Yeah. I wasn't too far ahead of you guys, but I was enough. I was enough. What was it? 2000 and... When did this game actually release? What was the year? Final Fantasy. That release date is 2001. Yeah, so I was 16. Okay. I guess I was double your age at the time. Yeah. So I don't think at the age of 16 I really truly understood some of the themes in this game. I even the second time I played it when I was like 20 something, I don't think I fully comprehended it. But life experience in general gives you a better understanding, a deeper understanding of some of these things. And actually, Lainey, you mentioned Alderaan, and the thing with Alderaan is that it's hard to comprehend. Humans don't do well with big numbers. So the idea that an entire planet was destroyed, like, the fact that a planet was destroyed is an amazing and, like, horrifying expression of power. That you can understand, like, how powerful that weapon is because an entire planet was destroyed. But when you think about the human cost, or the not necessarily human, but the costs of the living, it's difficult to comprehend, because how do you comprehend billions of people? It's so hard to really grasp the idea of billions of people. And yet, the destruction of Kilika does such a good job of expressing the human cost, because it doesn't force you to deal with big numbers. It forces you to deal with enough numbers. We're not talking about the death of billions of people. We're talking about the death of enough people that it will forever change that village. You could have had them kill everyone. You could have had them kill everyone but one. But instead, they were more reserved. The creators of the game were more reserved. And they killed enough people that you could comprehend the number, and you could understand that that village is forever changed. So I think they've done a really good job of like this particular attack, the Sin attack on, and this is what I was saying about Zanarkand as well. You see like the explosions, you see the buildings falling down. You don't get a proper idea of the human lives that were lost when Sin attacked Zanarkand. You know that it's going to be a lot of people, but it's more than you can comprehend. And it's more than you ever get to see. And that's why I say, like, the dread builds. Because you see the destructive power. That's like the Death Star attack in Alderaan. You know? Zanarkand is some massive city that is destroyed by Sin. And we look at it and we see a city has been destroyed, and that's terrifying. But now we're looking at it at Kilika, and we're seeing the human cost, and that's the dread. That's when you can start rationalizing it. And as you point out, like, Operation Mi'ihen is another example, and where you start to understand human capabilities versus Sin. And we'll get to that in the future. But for now, we're going to bring this stream to an end, I think. We're going to call it right there, because I am tired, and I'm likely going to be going to a dentist tomorrow. So just a little reminder, we talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but we'll talk about this very, very quickly right now. Tomorrow I've got a stream planned. It's going to be Monster Hunter World. However, I might not be able to stream it. It depends what happens tomorrow. I will be going to see a dentist. I'll be going at around 9:30 in the morning, which is not going to be great for me, but whatever. And if I have to have anything done right then and there in the chair, then I probably won't be streaming in the evening. As I'm sure you can probably guess. I'm still going to try to stream on Saturday, because we've got Mario Kart this Saturday. But, yeah. Just in case, you know. Just in case, I want you all to know that it might be possible that I won't be streaming tomorrow. Or Saturday, like, sorry, I confused myself there. Yeah, I may not stream tomorrow. It depends on what happens at the dentist. I'll try to stream on Saturday, but I will make sure to keep everyone up to date on what is happening. So, if you have enjoyed this stream, please do consider giving it a thumbs up to let YouTube know that you liked it, and think about leaving a comment to let me know that you like it. The engagement really does matter. It is a big deal. I don't want you guys to just quickly run away now. Right? Don't just run away. When the stream is over, please do consider hitting that refresh button and checking, you know, leaving a comment, because the engagement really helps. And we'll be pushing this stream in the algorithm, and more people will get to see it, and hopefully we will continue to grow in the future. If you want to follow me off of YouTube, you can find our Discord link in the description. Alternatively, you can come and follow me over on Twitter and Blue Sky. I mostly post the same thing to both of those when it comes to like updates to the channel, like my going live notifications, but I do use Twitter more than I use Blue Sky. So just so you're aware, you can follow me on either or both of those, and it would be great to see you. I also have a second channel. The second channel will become active in February, because once Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, we will be streaming Monster Hunter over on the new channel. So do go follow the new channel so that you'll be up to speed when I do start streaming over there. And with that one, I'm just going to say, be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more video games, and I wish you all peace and high scores. Good night, everyone. Why is that not working? What? Okay. Okay. I guess not. Goodbye, everyone. Hold on a sec. Alrighty. Let's try this again. Good night, everyone.